English.
I'm more than a number. That's why my lenses go beyond correction. For my ultimate in vision, clarity, and protection. Let's go next to our caller from the 201 area code. Who's calling today from 201?
David, it's Elias Matthews from Buffalo, New York.
Hey, Elias, what's going on?
Nothing much. So normally I would just ask a question, but I have two questions, and I don't want to take up too much of your time.
The fuck's he listening to?
Hi, Elias.
Would you
He's
rather
talking to
ask
Elias.
a Medicare for all question or a question about the mentally ill? I'll let you pick.
Give me the Medicare question.
The fuck is he listening to?
So, if Bernie does become
Do you hear the shit, Taz?
how would he implement Medicare
I'm
for all?
hearing it.
Would he do it through executive order?
Fucking-
How would he go about doing so?
Well, he would have to do it.
You know,
Hi,
when I
Chris.
live stream, I always listen to videos and like on my TV or something and force people who are subjected to my live stream to listen to it. The bad
I think
audio quality.
he's on a welfare call. He's talking to his welfare officer.
He's talking to his welfare recipient.
It's not going to be
His welfare, his welfare caseworker. They're
I think so.
Sanders supporters.
mental health care worker.
Do you think that we should negotiate for like a public auction? Or do
What's
you
going on,
think we
Chris?
should definitely get Medicare for all? Do you
Don't
think
be
we
rude,
should,
Chris.
I don't know.
Say hello to you.
Just like what we.
Oh my god. He probably thinks he's alone.
Yes.
What?
Come on, Chris. Hey, Chris. What's going on, man?
How you doing?
Good. We just popped in to say hello.
Oh, hi.
The fuck are you
What are you doing? Are you talking to your welfare worker? Or are you just watching TV?
Hi, I'm Aryacard. Aryacard the Immortal. I'm your density.
sounded like you were talking to your case manager, your psych, your shrink. Yeah.
He can't afford a shrink. Are you kidding?
No, I meant government appointed.
Oh, the state. Okay, yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah.
I didn't mean high class. Fucking sit on the couch, lie down on the couch, fucking Fraser Crane. You guys remember Frasier? I love that show.
I didn't really watch that.
Can you imagine what Frasier would have done with Chris? Oh, God.
Oh, the show would have ended.
Yeah, he would have thrown him out that fucking 70th floor balcony, I reckon. Going on, Chris? What's been happening in the land of Chris?
Oh, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Ah, a bit of something.
A little bit of scamming.
How's my
a little
audio?
bit of...
Because I'm just talking at my phone. I've got no headset.
What'd you say, Taz?
I said, how's my audio? Because I've got no headset. Are we live?
Your audio's fine. It's barely. I can barely tell that it's suffering.
You're good.
Cool. That's fucking Samsung for you. Go Samsung.
Oh no.
Go Samsung.
Seriously,
Japanese, baby.
I just got myself a new phone from Samsung. It's not like a.
Did you?
It's not one of the.
How much did that set you back?
Say what?
How much did that set you back?
Well, it was their cheapest.
It was an Obama phone.
So I was forced to buy myself a phone in the moment, and so including the service, which I have unlimited, and also the device, I paid $77. So
Unlimited what?
everything.
Limited minutes. Data.
Really? $77?
Yeah, they gave me like $100 off.
You mean per month?
No. I paid $77 out the door for my new phone and the unlimited service with it.
But how much what, unlimited forever?
Well,
I don't think so.
No. For the first month. And then I just have to, so it's like a $60 a month plan.
Okay. Yeah, it's not bad.
It's
pretty good.
Kind of strange when he owes you money.
I wasn't going to bring that up. I was just going to hint at it forever.
Yeah, but you know me, I'm direct. I'm gonna bring it right up.
He's gonna ease that in a little bit later.
Taz has a class, you see.
Oh yeah. Unlike
It's
you,
called
who was hoping we would not bring that up.
When I say it, because I say class.
Yeah, I don't think that was about having class. Not saying you don't have class, Taz, but I think that was more so to see whether or not you would be man enough to bring up your debt to him while you're talking about buying a new phone and your phone plan and all this stuff.
Well, he just
but you weren't going to do it because you're a coward and a pussy.
It was relevant. It was germane to bring up my new phone because he was talking about how Samsungs are good phones, and I was corroborating that.
Bro, you owe him money, and you're talking about buying yourself a new phone and your plan. Are you like retarded?
I can vouch for that.
Like, yeah, I owe you a few $100, but you know, I just got this beater car. It's really good. I mean, you were just talking about cars, so I figured I'd let you know.
The phone is a necessity.
He's got a car?
So
I haven't even got a car at the moment. I wish I had a car. I crashed my car.
I don't think he has a car. I was just
I
making up an example.
her straight into a fucking wall. That was like over a year and a half ago.
Did you crash your car into a wall?
Yeah, it was a while ago. I've moved on since then. It was only a little Mazda 121. It was a little tiny little.
That was before he loaned Blake the money.
Well, I would think you moved on since then.
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah. Well, I had a job and I was using all the fish vans as my vehicles. And
fish vans.
Yeah. So I quit that job. So I haven't got a set of wheels now. I'm Mad Max without a set of wheels, bro. It's fucking unacceptable.
Why did you quit?
Because I was being fucking disrespected and underpaid and unappreciated.
Do you have another gig?
Nah, I'm on a dole.
Interesting.
No, and he doesn't pretend that he's going to be a billionaire either.
4 more years, baby.
He's also not a jackass to me because he realizes that I work and he doesn't. So
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that
We're all very impressed with your work.
is that what's going on here?
I had that one coming. Shame on me. I'll just bury my unemployed head up my ass right now.
I was supporting you when I said it. You see.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, that totally sounded like a supportive statement. Cutting somebody down to make yourself feel better sounded total supportive of them.
His lack of being a jackass. You see.
No,
Yeah, it was,
by mentioning that you're employed and he isn't. That's a good way to do that,
Are we
buddy.
live?
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be a dig on me. It didn't quite come out that way.
No.
In the process, he just took a shot at Taz.
I don't think so. I don't think he hates you because you don't have a vagina. He only hates women.
Well, that's
We
true.
discovered this last night.
Oh no.
Oh,
I was very
Oh,
clear.
did tell.
I was very clear with you. I hate everyone and everything.
Well, that's a bad
that's
attitude.
healthy.
Really? So you hate Deidre?
Well, not as much as I love everyone and everything.
Don't worry, we all
Oh.
hate Deidre. That's not really.
Oh, that's a silly attitude.
No,
Blake, where is
I'm
Deidre?
just being.
I love and hate everything equally.
I thought you guys were getting married.
I literally not as much means not equal.
Yeah, well, that's what he said. I love everything and hate everything.
Yeah, that doesn't mean equal.
It's still an absurd statement.
Not samesies,
not.
Mike. Not samesies, mate.
Yeah, you might as well have just said
Same.
I'm indifferent to everything, and that would have gone a lot farther than I love and I hate everything.
No, I disagree.
But also, I hate things on varying degrees.
Yeah, this thing I love a little
I'm-
more than I hate it, and that thing I hate a little more than I love it.
If you didn't,
But you
act
see,
like-
you've got to
hate
love to
each
hate, so
thing.
it's all the
You
same.
And
didn't
love each
constantly-
thing in the moment, just
if
to
you didn't
experience
constantly-
love and hate.
Well, it's very different from everybody else on the planet who doesn't love and hate everything to varying degrees.
Well, I disagree with you about that too.
Okay.
Well, now what? Pistols at dawn?
Well, I suppose that is not quite accurate because not everybody does love everything and hate everything.
Well, I don't agree with
mean-
you about that.
I mean, how can you? Like, I don't even think you do. You don't love and hate everything. I mean, there's some things that you don't hate at all, and some things that you do hate and have no love for.
You can't hate something without loving it.
See, his spectrum
now-
is from intensity to indifference. And the intensity can be positive or negative, and he doesn't distinguish between the two. They're just passionate, fiery.
I distingush
Awesomeness.
between the two. I just don't over distinguish.
But you've got a one dimension, you've got a one axis fucking spectrum, and it's either indifference or it's just love, hate, rage, fuck.
No, you're just missing the nuance.
I'm all about the
You didn't
What-
give
what
any
do you-
nuance.
you
You
say
didn't give
nuance?
anything. You said I hate
I'm not-
everything,
I'm not
and then you're like,
obligated to give
but
you
I also
nuance.
love everything.
I'm not obligated to give you nuance that you don't.
Well,
act
you
like
can't
even
fucking
want.
say that you don't get the nuance when you don't give it. We're not fucking psychics.
Well, if you don't act like you want it, I'm never gonna give it.
Act like you want it.
Oh,
Well,
shit,
what
that's
do you-
rapey
what-
talk right there.
Hold on, is that what you say to
I've
Deidre?
heard some rape talk in my day, but that takes the cake.
Hey, Deidre, if you don't act like you want it, Blake's not gonna give it to you.
If you don't pretend to struggle, I can't get it up.
Like, I don't think it's up. Like, hold on, it's nuanced. Okay,
You didn't ask for that nuance.
Struggle
dick
a
is
bit
not
more, but so
flaccid,
much
it's
that you break
nuanced.
my grasp.
I'm not saying it's
Let's be
hard, but
honest.
it's nuanced.
Let's be honest. He psychologically manipulates her into raping him,
LOL.
and
I
that's
don't know.
a
Does she?
clusterfuck of Hannibal Lecter style fucking genius right there. That's a manipulator.
LOL.
I'm not sure what goes on in that whole situation.
Oh, it's beastly.
It's
LOL.
LOL.
LMFAO.
I've never met anyone that's taken memes and just internet garble and turned it into spoken word retardation like that.
Hey,
That's not
IKR, right?
Nah.
Oh, wait, I'm not. No, I messed that up. I'm not supposed to say the right. Hey Taz,
FML.
IKR. Oh yeah, FML.
No, you're not inflecting it right. If you should at least try.
Oh, I got the inflection wrong. Is there inflection when you type it on the screen?
See, I don't
What?
do.
JTFC.
I don't do.
He sounds like a
IKR
robot.
because it doesn't roll up.
Yeah, you're sounding like Alexa.
Yeah, it's like the
LOL Taz.
No.
chat to voice bot. That's what he is. He's like chat to voice.
Things like LOL and SMH are easy to say, but things like IKR are not as easy to say, and so it makes less sense to say them.
Also, there's a list of acceptables and unacceptables.
But it makes no sense to say them either way.
They're all the same syllables. What
you only type out LOL because you don't want to actually type laughing out loud.
You should work for the military.
It's an acronym.
New fucking abbreviations.
Onomatopoeically speaking, some are better than others.
Oh my god!
Okay.
You did not just say onomatopoeically.
Yeah, he did.
Well, hey, that explains it.
That was his word of the day, by the way, on his word of the day calendar.
My onomatopoeia of the day is Blanc.
Fucking gosh.
You have to admit that LOL is an onomatopoeia.
No, it isn't. You don't know what an onomatopoeia is.
Yeah,
it's nuanced.
No, you don't. What is it? I know exactly what it is.
To me, it's an onomatopoeia. I don't know about you.
To him it is. Well, that's all that matters.
Words mean stuff. Go on. Define onomatopoeia for me, please.
It's a Native American tribe.
It's a word that it sounds the same as it means.
No.
Yes.
No.
Look it up.
No, it's a word that sounds when spoken like the action sounds in real life.
That's the same thing as sounding the same as it means.
No.
Yeah, because cuckoo doesn't mean cuckoo.
Plop is an onomatopoeia because something goes plop, and in real life, when you drop something into water, it goes plop.
Plop.
That's an onomatopoeia. That's what it is.
You're just failing to understand that I described that.
Bang, yeah.
Cuckoo is one.
Kablamo.
Boom.
Yep, that would all be considered onomatopoeias.
Blake is a nigger, is that one?
No,
might be.
That's in a different category. It's not onomatopoeia.
I think I lost it.
It's just called no-brainer. That's in the no-brainer category. That's in the prima facie category.
See, it has sense.
How the fuck would LOL fit into that category in your mind, Blake? How would that even come close to that?
Ha would be an onomatopoeia.
When you laugh doesn't sound like LOL. Nobody's going, whoa.
Yes.
That's the noise you make when you laugh.
So funny, I forgot to laugh. LOL.
It's very similar to laughing.
It's so
funny.
What
about the last one you did? The
LOL.
LMFAO. LMFAO, I'm on the ground. LMFAO.
It's very physically similar to laughing.
IKR.
He doesn't want to say IKR. He said that one was difficult. The LMFAO was not, but IKR.
Yeah, I get to say IKR.
Well, yeah.
That's my word.
You just sound lame doing it, that's all.
Yeah, but LOL sounds awesome.
It does.
Your LMFAO sounded off. It was out of this world. You astounded us.
I think I'm creating that echo, by the way. I'm going to chuck my headphones.
No, it's Michael and I here.
All right, well, in that case.
It's because we're in the same room. So when I talk, his microphone picks me up.
Yeah, that's better.
Mine doesn't pick him up.
No, I don't care. It wasn't bad. I don't give a shit. I don't care about the quality of the stream. Go back to whatever you were doing. Echo away.
I don't care about the quality of the stream.
We came here to say hello and to
Take a big fat turd.
Chris,
we came here to LOL.
Fucking watching him.
LMFAO.
Wait. What was that last part, Taz?
I said to remind you that we're fucking watching you.
Yeah.
Not watching your screen. We're not absorbing your content. We're fucking got an eye on you.
Yeah, we're watching you, fucker.
Yeah, Taz didn't actually crash his car. He sold it so he could hire a private investigator to watch you.
You do realize it's way more. You do realize it's way more valuable to me to have you watch me IRL than just watch my streaming content, right?
Stop doing it.
It's more valuable to you.
Yeah.
To have Taz watching you in real life.
Then pay him back.
How is that more valuable to you?
Wait, well, he doesn't distinguish between good and bad. It's just attention is attention.
No.
Intensity is intensity. He'd rather have an intensely bad relationship with a woman than an indifferent one.
The more personal the attention is, the more I have to work with.
There's a name. There's actually
watching you.
The more
personal. Should be like watching you from afar.
The more you have to work with. What the fuck are you doing?
Like, Chris.
I'm harvesting powers from. What the fuck is he doing? The more I have to work with.
This is the homework we spoke of.
Yeah, right. That's why he keeps calling me streams homework.
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask about that. What are you studying, Chris?
Anime powers.
Psychic. Psychic powers.
I'll tell you when I finish my homework. How about that?
Psychical.
How about you just fucking tell me what you're studying right now? RN.
I don't feel like it.
Really? You sure?
I mean, I would tell you privately, but
he's got Orgone crystals.
He doesn't want to tell us because when he doesn't succeed, we don't get to keep saying like, "Hey, how are you on your your path to being a philosopher?"
Have you had any hints? Is it holistic healing or something like that?
What'd you say, Taz?
I said, have we had any hints as to what you're studying? Is it something in the field of holistic healing?
Cell phone repair?
Psychical powers.
He's been there, done that.
You have not.
Oh yeah.
Hints, but I will give you a hint.
Go on.
It's a lucrative profession.
Oh my god!
Wow, what a hint that was.
All right, so you're doing topless car washes then?
LOL. Good one.
Oh, that was a good one. I'm here all night, buddy.
What'd you say?
What'd you see? Say what?
What'd you say, Taz?
Me? Nothing. I said you're doing topless car washes, and you said that was a good one. Yeah, I said I know it was a good one.
He's studying psychical powers.
It would be lucrative.
Wow.
It's all about location. You'd have to get into an area where skinny white male Auschwitz victim boys are the rage. Hey, it's Mardi Gras time. I bet you he could fucking make a buck down there.
Taz, I appreciate your sense of humor.
I do too. Of course you do. It's quality. But it seriously is Mardi Gras time.
Come on, Blake. Hold on, Taz. I really want to know about these psychical powers.
LOL.
Yeah, you're laughing about it, but you did say that was the homework, right? Deidre asked you, and you said we'd do homework.
Just tell me what you know.
No. He said that's what he was going to use to like sweep the floors.
LOL.
It was like, oh, I'm doing the homework later, but right now I'm using an incredible amount of psychical powers
LOL.
or whatever. Well, we thought it was
more psychical powers than everybody.
No, he uses more psychical energy, and we all thought it was physical, but no, it was psychic.
I love how little
psychic
you feel obligated to have.
Oh.
Yeah, he literally said that he was psychically better than everybody else, and people mistook what he said for physical because nobody thought he'd be dumb enough to actually say he was psychically better than people. And then Deidre came in and was just like, "Oh, so when's this gonna happen?" He's like, "After I do my homework." Oh, so you're gonna do your homework. So
I bet when he typed psychically, his phone was like, "Did you mean physically?" He's like, "No, I meant fucking psychically."
Actually, that did happen.
It's like, no.
Yeah, my phone tried to do that. Yeah.
I know.
He had to use his psychic powers on the
Well, of
phone.
course it did.
Had to use my
He's
phone.
psychically more powerful than the phone.
It did.
This is why he had to go out and get another Samsung instead of paying you back.
I suppose it does involve some psychic power to move your thumb. Yes.
He needs his phone to be equal with him in psychical
If you had
levels.
psychical powers, you wouldn't have to use your thumbs.
Yeah, right. You could just
wouldn't even have to have a phone in the first place.
use telepathy.
You would just, yeah,
LOL.
you just beam your fucking information straight
If
into
it
your mind.
psychical
I am
powers.
telepathic.
It took psychical powers to move your thumb, then that's not special because everybody moves their thumb.
Well, I didn't.
That's actually
I
physical.
didn't say other people don't have psychic powers. I said, psychically speaking, I work harder than the rest of you put together.
Okay,
Oh,
yes,
of course
that's
you
what
do.
you said.
Here's a little tidbit for you to ponder upon, Chris. LOL is exactly the same as 101 when written by hand.
Yeah, I'm fond of that imagery. What about it?
Well, 101 is the fundamental.
And
Yeah, it's basic. You're a
Ooh.
basic bitch.
LOL.
Psychic destroyed.
LOL. I'm praying.
Hell,
to the
for
good
some
Lord.
studies, 101 is like
Every time-
remedial.
every
It's not
time-
even basic,
every
it's below
time-
basic.
Every time I say LOL, I'm praying to the great religion of LOL.
Ooh.
Now it's a religion.
Is this a
huh?
psychical religion? Do you get attuned with it with your mind powers?
It's funny you should mention that because it actually
Shama lama 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 ding
it
dong.
actually quite literally is a psychic religion.
Yo, you mean the one you just made up 10 seconds ago?
Oh, I didn't make it
Tell
up.
us about it.
I wish I had made it up, but I didn't. Technically, I didn't make it up.
No, it's real. I can verify that. I'm also a card-carrying member of the Institution of Funny Walks.
See, Taz almost understands.
That's a weird institution.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen the way we walk? It's
LOL.
awesome.
LOL.
I suspect Blake is a little bull-legged, but outside of that,
LOL.
Well, I can't dance, but I
It's
can
not
walk
the
cool.
institution. What is it, Chris? It's the. Fuck. I said it wrong. What is it?
What do you want?
The only thing about you is the way you walk.
The old Monty Python bit about the funny walks. I said institution. That's not right. What is it? It's the Institute of Fun. No, that's not right either. I can't remember.
yeah, that's from their show, right? That's not from one of the
Yeah,
movies. That's
Yeah, but I'm getting the first
is
word
that from
wrong.
Flying Circus? I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Now
it's
you
from
said
the
Monty
Flying
Python. I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. And he does the big fucking retarded goose step thing.
Yeah.
No, that's not the beginning. He starts off with all these wonky walks with all his legs flicking around everywhere, and by the end of it, like it works up to the goose step, and he does the Hitler moustache. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that one guy, John Cleese, he does that also in the show he was in, Faulty Towers.
Faulty Towers, yeah.
That episode
No,
actually is a funny episode. The German,
sort of,
That's-
yeah,
fucking hysterical episode.
yeah.
But I don't think Blake would know about that. He's too busy in anime land.
You know the little blondie in that show, the little bloody waitress or whatever she is,
Yeah,
Polly. That's his wife. She's the actual writer of that show.
that's his wife.
Yeah, he mainly just ad libs and makes it up on the spot. She's the one who actually writes the script and does all of the sort of solid, proper formula jokes.
Nice. I didn't know that was
Yeah.
his actual wife.
Yeah, and she's a fucking comic genius too. She's one of the, I guess, very few really funny fucking women out there. There are a few.
Aces.
Yeah, women are funny. Deal with it.
Women aren't funny, but
Sorry, I forgot to check my privilege.
Yeah, women are funny. You'll just have to deal with it. Okay.
Women aren't funny, but
Yeah, women are funny. That's why they do all those jokes and then they say vagina. They're hysterical. I don't know what you're talking about.
some women are the exception, which proves
That word is funny. It's a funny word.
Vagina.
It's not a funny thing.
Women don't do Women don't do vagina jokes. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me put it this way: women aren't funny, but occasionally you find a goddess. That's.
And you found a boon.
Damn. I can't even.
So, like, are you guys still together? Or what's going on? I feel like you guys are just like always off and on.
He's psychically with her right now.
But you guys never actually leave each other.
Not up here in their minds. Blake is actually raping her right now.
It's none of your business.
Mentally raping her. I mean, it's not hard. Yeah, he's got like 50, but he's mentally raping her. Right.
But seriously, Chris, what she said? What's going on with you guys?
No.
Oh, what Mike said.
It's none of your business.
Oh, come on. It's me, man.
Yeah.
You can tell me.
But we're not alone, though.
Yeah, but I mean, what's private about that? You could say, oh, it's complicated.
Just don't feel like it.
So she's
Blake, just last night you were hold on. Just last night he was saying how nobody deserves to be anonymous, which is why he doxes Neeb all the time. And now all of a sudden, oh, it's private.
Okay.
But why? What's the big deal, Blake?
There's a difference.
Does your relationship need anonymity? Do we not know that you're with her, or are you not actually with her and you're just ashamed to admit it?
Is there or is there not a difference between having any secrets and ever showing someone your face?
This coming from the guy.
Hey, psychically, there's a difference.
This is coming from the guy who has told us
objectively
so much details about his relationship. Now all of a sudden it's about privacy and you got to be privileged to hear this.
Been more private all these years and not showing us all those selfies. I wish you were just an avatar and we just didn't know what you were.
I wish we didn't know about Deidre's ginormous dinky clit. I wish we didn't know about the 4-hour fuck fest they had that ended up with nobody coming. I wish we didn't know any of this stuff. But Blake, you told us all this.
No, I didn't, Aaron. You're delusional. Let's try this again, shall we?
would negotiate with, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't know what we're... Let's go next to our caller from the 201 area code. Who's calling today from 201?
Hey, David, it's Elias Matthews from Buffalo, New York.
Hey, Elias, what's going on?
Nothing much. So normally I would just ask a question, but I have two questions, and I don't want to take up too much of your time. So I'm just gonna ask. Would you rather me ask the Medicare for All question or a question about mentally ill? I'll let you pick.
Give me the Medicare question.
Okay. So if Bernie was president, how would he implement Medicare for All? Could he do it through executive order?
No.
How would he go about doing so?
Well, he would have to do it by getting the House and Senate to pass it, and this is going to be one of the difficulties. I have to be careful because my audience becomes furious with me when I say that it's actually going to be way tougher than almost anyone on the left is willing to admit. But no, it's not going to be executive order. It's going to have to be by actually getting the House and Senate to agree, and that will likely require some negotiation.
Okay. Do you think that we should negotiate for like a public auction, or do you think that we should definitely get Medicare for All? Do you think we should? I don't know what we would negotiate with is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you don't know where the negotiation might end up. I am not going. So if I say now that we should settle for something less, then I will be accused of being defeatist. So what I think should happen is Bernie should campaign on what his ideal policy is. If people like that ideal policy, they should vote for Bernie. If Bernie's president, at that point, given whatever House and Senate there is, Bernie can start the process of trying to get Medicare for All. Once we determine what the opposition is to it, then negotiations can take place. But I think to prejudge where the negotiations will end up now doesn't really make sense.
All right, cool. Thank you. May I ask another quick question?
Sure.
How do you decide which calls become your videos?
All of them do. We don't decide. We just put that they all do.
Oh, they all do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You just all do? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good day, David. Keep up the good work. Your stuff is great.
All right. Thank you. Elias from Buffalo. Elias from Buffalo. Absolutely killing it.
It's not a fair fight. Drug company bullies inflate prices, gouge us, spend millions on lobbyists, and no one stops them. The bullies are now trying to destroy 340B, a program that helps millions afford health care and costs taxpayers nothing. We can't let that happen. The bullies won't win if we fight back. Tell your member of Congress to protect 340B, which has been working for 25 years, and simply let it be. Visit let340b.org.
And I believe very strongly that the people of this country on Super Tuesday and after are going to support our campaign because we are more than a campaign. We are a movement. We are a multi-generational movement. I'm the young person. We got some old people too. We are a multi-racial movement. And we are a movement of millions of people who demand economic justice in this country, demand social justice and the end of racism and all forms of discrimination, and who demand environmental justice as well. We are a movement of millions of people who are sick and tired of the grotesque level of income and wealth inequality in America. We are tired of a handful of billionaires controlling the economic and political life of this nation. And we will create an economy and a government that work for all of us, not just the 1%. And that is what this campaign is about. This campaign understands that in order to defeat Donald Trump, and we have to be very clear about it, can't mince words about it. In order to defeat Trump, we are going to need the largest voter turnout in the history of this country. And in my view, old-fashioned politics, the same old type of politics that doesn't excite anybody, that doesn't energize anybody, that is not going to be the campaign that beats Trump. In order to beat Trump, what we are going to have to do is speak to millions of working class people who today are working 2 or 3 jobs. They're worried about their kids. They're worried about their retirement. They can't afford health care. And they are saying, who cares about me? Who is worried about me? I've seen candidates run to billionaires' homes to raise money. Does anybody worry about me and my kids? And our job together is to reach out to those working people and say, you know what? We do care about you. Join us. Come on into our movement. And then we've got to reach out to the young people in this country. The young people in America today, and I'm proud to say this, they are the most progressive generation of young people in the history of this country. This is a generation that is strongly anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-homophobia, anti-religious bigotry. This is a generation that believes in the need to deal with the crisis of climate change. But this is also a generation that does not vote in the numbers that they need to vote. So our job, if we are going to beat Trump, is to say to those millions of young people,
this is drive time, where you have a 99% chance of getting approved for a car, even if you don't have great credit.
This is drive time. Oh well.
Let's go next to our caller from the 832 area code. Who's calling today from 832?
Hey, David. My name is Rich. I'm here in Texas, and I'm actually running for the State House of Representatives down here.
All right.
And I'm 28 years old, a young person, and actually, I just got to say, you're one of the reasons I got into this. I kind of shaped my policy around listening to you for so long. But,
wow.
All that being said, thanks. Yeah, so I do have a question for you. So, I'll be honest, 6 months ago, yes, we should be in Texas, where being a Democrat is a very delicate process. The idea of Bernie being the nominee was worrisome, I'll be honest, and started to change my opinion a lot over the last couple of months. I mean, even down here in Texas, I think he's got a good shot at winning the primary at the very least. But I will tell you, places like Fort Bend County, which went blue for the first time in decades in 2018, and actually was working on a congressional race down here. So a lot of the folks that voted Democrat for the first time in many years, and they were part of that suburban blue wave. I'll be honest. I still have this concern that Bernie being the nominee is going to maybe not get those folks out to vote. Maybe they vote back for Trump again. But I tell you, they came out and voted just out of their pure disgust for Donald Trump. And while that was good for us in the short term, I worry long term. How are we going to keep those voters? So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. And again, thank you for doing what you do. I've always been a huge fan of you.
Well, listen, I appreciate the kind words. Here's the thing. If we want to talk about voter turnout, there's no question that a lot of elections, including most likely the one in November, it's going to hinge not on who changes their mind, but more on who decides to get out and vote. So the question of which candidate will mobilize versus restrain different groups from choosing to vote or mobilizing them to vote or dissuade them from voting? It's a very relevant question, but the problem is if you want to slice and dice it so thin, we'll never get anywhere. And what I mean by that is the following. It's very plausible that there is a part of Texas where they don't like Trump, but if Bernie's the nominee, they just won't vote or they might vote for Trump. I grant that that's probably true. But then there's also probably a part of Wisconsin where if a centrist Democrat is the nominee, they'll stay home even though they don't like Trump. But if a progressive is the nominee, they will come out and vote. So once you start trying to slice and dice how turnout will be affected in really narrow areas like part of a state, it becomes impossibly complex. And so my view is we should step back a little bit. We should, at the top level, make sure we're running a primary that is not so damaging to the candidates that it will hurt whoever the eventual nominee is, right? That's a top level thing. Number two, let's make sure that the DNC is not seen as a dishonest broker of the primary, which could get people to vote for Trump merely out of anger or to stay home. So my thinking about turnout is more big picture than about like, well, what will happen in Hampton County versus Hampshire County, Massachusetts, if Bernie versus Biden are the nominees? Because there's too many factors. We can't possibly account for all of them with that kind of thinking.
Well, I tell you, I probably should mention, so the main concern here is, so the Texas State House is, I don't know if you're aware of this, we're only 9 seats away from the first Democratic majority in 18 years. So if we're able, and we put 12 seats in 2018, I don't think anybody saw it coming. And these 9 seats, they all came very close last time around. So I'll be honest, I mean, I think Trump is probably going to win Texas in November, probably, maybe. But that being said, I mean, if we want to talk about long-term gains, I mean, places like Texas, places like Virginia, where they flipped their state house, and other states too, where we're seeing these margins in the state house level. And if you want to talk about gerrymandering, obviously we need concern over the next decade. I mean, I do think it's something that we need to be thinking about. I don't hear enough from Bernie about down ballot momentum. I hear from Joe Biden talks about the Senate a lot. Obviously, that's important. We went back to the Senate, but I do think a lot of these state legislatures, and one of the reasons we're in this mess is because folks like the Koch brothers spent millions of dollars, actually not even that much, I mean low millions over the last 20 years to flip these state leg seats, and that's allowed up-ballot momentum for Republicans across the country. And I think we really, as Democrats, we need to be aware that I really think the state houses around the country need to be the key to its, at least providing a fair playing field for the next 10 years.
No question. State houses, gerrymandering, the census redistricting, voter suppression, all super important stuff, and we'll do our best to keep covering all of it. Rich, I appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Rich from Texas, great to hear from you. Let's take a quick break. If you're holding on the phones, don't hang up because we will go right back to the phones after this short break.
I mean, honestly, but that raises so many other interesting questions. And today, I was just confessing to you before we went on that I tried to watch your debate with Paul Krugman on Democracy Now!, and I couldn't get through most of it because, frankly, it wasn't. I was actually surprised to hear myself say this. I was expecting and hoping for more from Krugman, so it was interesting, other than just socialism is a controversial word, which seemed to be the kind of main thrust of the argument. But you were, and I want to set this clip up. I want to play this clip from the debate. You were setting up a couple of themes that we've talked about on this show and talked about with you specifically. One, the bigger one is the socialism word getting destigmatized. Another, which is actually, once it becomes destigmatized, becoming a much more sophisticated about how we talk about socialism and the different brands of socialism. And I want to talk in the post game about, because the new thing with to try to demonize Bernie is, common sense comments he's made about the success of the Cuban government, as an example. But the different schools of socialism. Is socialism about having a big, empowered government that fights back and controls corporations? Yes, in certain traditions. Or is it about actually moving to a genuinely post-capitalist, post-governmental world? What does that even look like from the perspective of labor, economics, and cooperative economics? Really, really interesting questions. And I thought what was striking, and immediately when I thought of in your debate with Krugman, was Krugman was just there to basically say the socialism word has no political upside, and Bernie isn't even really a socialist. He's just a good progressive who I like. You know, maybe I'm kind of pretending to get acclimated to, and you know, Denmark is lovely. And you said no, he is actually a socialist. He does represent a certain socialist tradition, and I'd like you to touch on that. But I thought that this really did actually come through at this moment in the debate, which maybe, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe I'm projecting too much of my ideology on this. This moment with Mike Bloomberg, he didn't just say, hey, Mike, it's wrong that you have this much when so many people are suffering. He did say that. But he said something about how Bloomberg got what he got that I don't think you're going to hear from pretty much any other candidate or anybody that doesn't at least have a somewhat socialistic understanding of how wealth is created. So all that being said, let's play that, and then I'd like you to respond to that, maybe reflect on it in light of your debate. And I guess turn up the speaker. All right.
Mayor Bloomberg, should you exist?
I can't speak for all billionaires. All I know is I've been very lucky, made a lot of money, and I'm giving it all away to make this country better. And a good chunk of it goes to the Democratic Party as well.
Is it too much? Have you earned too much money? Has it been an obscene amount of money? Should you have earned that much money?
Yes, I worked very hard for it, and I'm giving it away.
Thank you, Alec.
What is the part, though, that still goes on, right? Okay, we need Bernie's response to this.
It is your policy.
Thank you. It is my policy, and I'm very proud of that policy. All right? What we need to...
They're either talking about the wealth tax or the corporate board stuff.
Right, and the corporate board stuff was significant. Yeah, all right.
To deal with this grotesque level of income and wealth inequality is to make sure that those people who are working, you know what, Mr. Bloomberg, it wasn't you who made all that money. Maybe your workers played some role in that as well. Are able to share the benefits. Also, when we have so many people who go to work every day and they feel not good about their jobs, they feel like cogs in a machine. I want workers to be able to sit on corporate boards as well so they can have some say over what happens to their lives.
And all Bloomberg had in response was, this will just help Donald Trump. But I just want to outline this really clearly because, okay, we have that this is immoral and grotesque. Absolutely. I think actually pretty much everybody who isn't, you know, completely demented at this point would have buy-in on that. But then we have, how did the wealth actually get created? Maybe your workers have something to do with it. And then we had alienation. It wasn't just a policy about being on this corporate board. It was people feel terrible in these jobs. How do you, I mean, to me, that is actually a very clear expression of some type of democratic socialism coming through.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know where to start. There's so much. On Krugman, in case we come back to it, please. He was extraordinarily nervous. I could not understand why. He seemed nervous before we went on before the camera, and he was nervous throughout. He was uncomfortable defending his position, and he was kind of weak at it. I've seen him in other circumstances where he's more aggressive and stronger. He either didn't expect what he got there, or he doesn't have this all worked out. To be fair to him, he's part of an entire generation. I am too. But he's part of the mainstream, and I'm not. And what that means is he decided as a young man in graduate school, learning to be an economist, and he and I went to the same basic schools, which is why he knows who I am and all the rest. He made a decision that most made, which is to stay as far away from Marxism and socialism as you could get. There's no percentage in it. Nobody wanted to hear it. But we're talking the Cold War here, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. It was not good for your career to show the slightest interest other than a dismissive, back of the hand approach. So to be blunt, they don't know much about this subject. It's not because they aren't smart. They are smart. It's not because they don't have the capability. They do. But this was something not to get near, and so the result is what you get. If you don't get near something, they don't really know. So he's able to say, big mistake right at the beginning, Bernie's not a real socialist. as if there is such a thing. I make a little fun of him. I say, where's the agency that gives certificates as to who's real and not? There's no government does that. No private.
Maybe we should do that on the show, actually. I think we could do that. We could do a certification.
Give a certificate. People might really go for that.
All right.
I try to explain that from the beginning of socialism in the early part of the 19th century, people have disagreed about what socialism is among the socialists. They've always disagreed. They've always been... In the heat of the argument, one calls the other not genuine, but we kind of understand it's a tradition with multiples. And in that tradition of multiple interpretations, Bernie Sanders occupies a very well-trodden path. That is one kind of socialism. You leave enterprise in the hands of private capitalists, but you regulate them and you tax them in order to soften the hard edges of capitalism, by which I mean extreme inequality, the instability of business cycles, all of that, and the government comes in and moderates all of that. That's a kind of socialism. Nobody has any right to deny that. Most of the Western European socialist countries, with their socialist parties and socialist newspapers, believe that, and that's enough evidence to say that's a kind of socialism, and nobody has any standing to judge this right or wrong, real or unreal. And it's less that he's polemic here. He just doesn't know, and you could see he became unclear because it's a pool in which he's never swum, and he doesn't know where the eddies are, and he's smart enough to keep himself away from that. But you're going to see a lot of confusion around this by people who don't know. Chris Matthews on the MSNBC.
Would you play some Chris Matthews? Would you enjoy watching Chris Matthews?
So he's got socialism and communism confused. Now, the distinction between those was established when the communist parties around the world were formed in the immediate aftermath of World War I, so roughly 100 years ago.
What led to that distinction?
It was all about the Soviet Union. Remember that the Soviet Revolution in 1917 was the first time that socialists had gone beyond being an opposition party, being a movement, being a radical organization, and had taken state power. What this did was gave the Russian socialists a level of prestige that isn't hard to understand. They did it. Nobody else had done it, at least not yet. And so, in a sense, I'm making it simple, but the global socialist movement split. Those who felt the Russians had found the way and they should be followed decided to demand that kind of loyalty to Russia and support be part of basic socialism. Other socialists didn't agree. They thought there were many things the Russians did that were good, but there were many things. Remember, this is the late teens, early 20s of the last century, that there were many things they already didn't like and didn't agree with. And so there was a split. And those who went with the Soviet Union changed their name. We're no longer socialists. We call ourselves communists, whereas the others didn't agree. And one of the key points, and the one that is durable for the next 100 years to our present, is that communists say, you socialists are self-deluded. You think the government can come in and manage this, but it can't. If you still have capitalist enterprises, the wealth is concentrated in their hands, and they're not stupid. They're not going to allow a government to function that threatens their situation, and they will go to work to undermine your regulation, to evade it, to weaken it, and eventually to repeal it. For example, Glass-Steagall. You have a regulation, you don't like it. For 30 years you evade it, for the next 15 years you weaken it, and with Bill Clinton's signature, you get rid of it. And that this is the model and leads the communists to say the only way forward in this situation is for the government to take over the ownership and operation. To confuse Bernie, who's only the socialist of the first kind, who has never in his adult life, and I've known him for years, advocated the communist solution. It's not an adjustment these days. That's not who he is, not who he's ever been. That is either ignorance or just malevolent hostility, fear-mongering, because it doesn't recognize either the old socialist tradition or the communist.
But he is open in some ways, and I think a part of his legacy that to me is fascinating, because I actually think talking in electoral terms, obviously there's going to be some older voters that you need to get that are scared of that word, and we have to deal with it. But to me, Bernie, as far as I understand, particularly when he's mayor of Burlington, and he does have this worker on the board idea, and I think that is not, it's certainly not revolutionary communism, obviously, but it's also not necessarily just sort of, a kind of regulate and tax redistribution. It's a model that I think is not as comprehensive as what you put forward, but I think it starts to tip in that direction of, well, okay, these enterprises are not existing as either private or public sovereigns. They have to become sort of democratized social entities. And so when he put forward, I remember last summer when he put forward that worker board plan, and I looked back at some of the things that he had promoted successfully as mayor of Burlington around housing ownership and land trusts and things like that. That shows me that he's very open to this threat, which not only to me is more radical and exciting from the perspective of my politics, I think ironically it's actually very electorally appealing, because you can talk to plenty of folks who might not feel comfortable with that terminology, but they sure as hell might know what a community bank is, or a land trust, or those types of things.
Let me give a response on that and a couple other things that are related. Bernie gets that idea from Germany, because Germany is the best example we have of both the political appeal and the economic realization one can have around workers on the board. Germany has for decades had a law which says any company that has 2,000 or more workers has to basically put just below 1/2 of the board of directors are elected by the workers. In German, it's called Mitbestimmung. And what that means is determination with. And Mitbestimmung means the workers are with the decision makers. They have a determining voice. Now, they're outvoted slightly. So, yes, the capitalists hold control. But they have to inform what workers know about what the plans of a company are long before they do here in this country. They understand they're strategic. They can be a control over the books. There's all kinds of real valuable power. Now, the socialists pushed that in Europe, in Germany. The socialists won it. But so successful was it, so popular, that the conservatives, in and out of power, leave it alone. They can't undo it because it would be an eruption. Look, the current leader in France, give you an idea, wants to take away the socialists. He has a general strike on his hands. And his popularity numbers, are half of those of Mr. Trump. So, I mean, he's a bit of a clown, but then clowns are not what we have. Number two, the advice of Mr. Krugman, Professor Krugman, Dr. Krugman, his advice was, lose the socialist. That's funny to me. Right? Lose the socialist name. Yes. An advice all kinds of centrists are giving. Yes. Now, it strikes me you have to be extraordinarily dense to give that piece of advice when you're talking about Bernie Sanders. This is a fellow from Brooklyn, a classic left-wing leading young socialist who leaves Brooklyn and moves to Burlington for a month, from the major city to a very small city out in the middle of nowhere near the train. Okay. But he holds on to his socialism. He's a little socialist. And as a socialist, he becomes active and known in Burlington. He eventually gets on the city council as a socialist. He then runs for mayor as a socialist. Then he runs for Congress as a socialist. Then he runs for Senate as a socialist. And now he's a front runner for president of socialism in a state that has lots of older people, lots of people that were scared by the Cold War, lots of people with an individualist, rural, all the things that you're supposed to worry about will never be. They love burning up there.
We actually play, and I want to say it's even more impressive because I believe he was not even on the city council. He went straight to mayor. He ran multiple statewide races, which he lost by massive margins by, and they saw a path to him becoming mayor, and he won as an independent, self-proclaimed socialist. But also, by the way, and people should take note, doing things that he's absolutely going to need to do, like running against the developers and the gentrifiers, and also getting the patrolmen's union, because the police were getting their wages messed around with. And that was very savvy of him. You just watched a Michael Brooks show video. Subscribe to get them all. Why wouldn't you? Don't be foolish. Click subscribe below and become a patron as well. Patreon.com/TMBS. Thanks, everybody.
Run your entire business with Zoho One, the operating system for business.
We talk quite a bit here about media elite, economic warfare, and corporatism. Respected journalist is taking a look at what happens when progress appears to stop, when political stalemates, extreme wealth, and economic stagnation impact an entire society.
Joining us now is New York Times columnist Ross Douthat. He's the author of the new book, The Decadent Society, How We Became Victims of Our Own Success. Ross, it's great to see you.
Welcome.
Great to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. The book is fantastic. I had Ross on my podcast, and we had an excellent discussion. I wanted to make sure rising viewers got to hear it as well. Ross, people actually ask me all the time, they're like, what do you believe? And I guess if there was a one way to do it, I'd be like, well, just read Ross Douthat. I think that's the perfect crystallization. Give us a little bit of an overview of the book. I think it hits on themes that Crystal and I talk about often, which is that, the country, it seems top line like everything is doing well, but actually there's like a stagnation culturally, economically, across the board where something is sick in this country.
Yeah, so the book starts with the moon landing, basically, as this kind of peak of American ingenuity and daring and achievement that also coincided with peaks in other things, peaks in wage growth. We had the strongest economy in our history in the 1950s and 1960s, and also a sort of peak of cultural dynamism, right? Which, including things that conservatives like myself don't always love about the 60s and 70s, but whatever else you say about that era, a lot was happening.
Right.
And I think since then you've had basically what I call decadence, meaning sort of stagnation and decay across a lot of different measures. And you can see it obviously most sharply in Washington, D.C., where you've gone from an era when Lyndon Johnson could pass the Great Society or Ronald Reagan could have the Reagan Revolution to an era when presidents consider themselves lucky if they pass one healthcare bill or one, in Trump's case, corporate tax cut. But then I think it cuts across other areas as well. You haven't had economic catastrophe, but you've had this slow deceleration of economic growth, wage growth especially, over the last 50 years. You've had, I think this is in a way the most controversial claim, but I think it's basically true. You've had a technological stagnation too, where we've had incredible gains in one area. Software, Silicon Valley, the iPhone in your pocket is a miracle device, but other things that people expected, energy, transportation, these kind of things, haven't seen those kind of gains. And so you've had an economy where everything that's happening that's important is happening in Silicon Valley. And then when Silicon Valley tries to go affect the real economy, to revolutionize blood drawing if you're Elizabeth Holmes, right? Or office space if you're WeWork,
or the Iowa caucus,
right? It doesn't work. It doesn't work so well. And so I think that all adds up to a kind of foundation for the political disturbances that both of you guys talk about all the time, right? It's both, I think, Sanders and Trump are rebellions against this decadence. People saying, it's okay in America, but does it have to be this way? Wasn't there a better future we were promised?
And so dig into that term decadence and what you mean by it, because it sounds like a sort of personal failing, but you're talking about massive societal structural issues. So what exactly do you mean what do you lay the cause at the feet of?
Yeah, I don't have villains in the story exactly, except insofar as I think the baby boom generation became this, it started out as this force for dynamism and became this huge demographic weight on our society. You could say that I'm a little critical, but that isn't the baby boom generation's fault, although they probably should have had more kids. So maybe I am. Maybe they're too but no, generally I think the argument I make is that it's not a sort of moral fist-shaking book that says, oh, everybody's eating too much chocolate and going to Vegas too much. It's a book that argues that this is something that happens to wealthy societies. Once you've achieved a certain level of success, it becomes easy, on the one hand, to sort of coast on your achievements, and on the other hand, to find the systems that you've built hard to reform. So if you're a politician coming in 1930s America or 1850s America, it's possible to build new things, build transformative public programs, build the Transcontinental Railroad in a way that's much harder once you have layers of bureaucracy, ancient federal programs that people are committed to, and the same goes for constitutional structure, right? The Congress of the United States used to be a dynamic body that could pass legislation, and now it's not. And that isn't, it's not that Newt Gingrich or Nancy Pelosi did this, it's that a successful system will tend to grind into sclerosis unless you can find ways to realign and reform.
So one of the things, Ross, our audience most responded to is one time I covered that column that you wrote called The Case for Bernie. And it was kind of a conservative's look at a Bernie Sanders administration. And you kind of lauded Sanders' commitment truly to economic populism. How are you thinking about him now in terms of the Democratic frontrunner?
I mean, I think the conservative case for Bernie, to the extent there is one, depends on two ideas. First, that every Democratic president is going to be constrained by the decadence that I described, right? So even though I'm a critic of decadence, when it comes to a left-wing president, I'm sort of a believer in it. So
or more comfort with Bernie Sanders out there in the country than a lot of, maybe other presidents in our time who would like to recognize.
Desire for Sanders fundamentally when he gets the nomination, if he gets it, it will be socialism, socialism.
Venezuela, Castro, et cetera.
Whatever kind things Donald Trump or Fox News say about Sanders now will go away. That being said, if you look at Sanders' support in the Democratic Party,
small favor to ask of you. Please add your name to say you support
Sanders' support within the Democratic Party right now. He gets a lot of liberal voters and a lot of what remains of sort of moderate and conservative Democrats who I think are responding to this sort of economic focus. And I think among conservative writers, there's a divide. I think there's an older generation of conservative writers for whom the idea of a socialist as the Democratic nominee is the worst thing, a sign that something is just sick and amiss in America. But then the younger generation, sometimes the more Trump-friendly generation, says, look, we don't agree with Bernie, but he's speaking to the same issues that Trump spoke to, and you at least have to respect that, and we want to compete with him for voters, basically, on those grounds. So the side of Trump that, when Trump flew around the country as a candidate and went to places that had been hit hardest by globalization and gave speeches saying, we're going to bring the jobs back. That and what Sanders does speaks to this same dissatisfaction with where America has ended up. And there's something, I think, for conservative populists to appreciate in that, even if they probably aren't going to vote for Bernie in the end.
Right, I think that's right. I mean, so Ross, how do you see the election play? Do you see it playing along those lines of the Venezuela, the eating dogs, and the socialism sucks? Or do you think that there is, could be a true working class, a definition of the working class and trying to get its support from the right? As in, because Trump himself has better political instincts than all of his advisors, understands far more than anybody that Sanders is the most potent threat to his power. Do you think that he will self-correct, or is the GOP establishment so strong that we will be running a socialism sucks campaign?
I mean, honestly, my current assumption is that the election is about to be reshaped by the coronavirus.
Yes, we talked about that here too.
Go out the window.
Yeah,
so I do want to say that, but I mean, I think Trump will sort of do a two-step where, with one side of his mouth, he will talk about socialism and say we'll never be a socialist country, and Bernie loves communists and Bernie loves Venezuela. But then with the other side of his mouth, he will tout the strong economy and try and sort of hug the center on economic policy. I don't really expect him to be talking about Medicare cuts or even replacing Obamacare on the campaign trail. I expect him to come up with at least one populist foray, a middle to working class tax cut, that kind of thing. So I think he'll do both, and I think he has sound enough instincts to see that that's actually how he keeps his coalition together. The sort of Republicans horrified by socialism and the swing voters who might be attracted to a populist message but are interested in Trump to the extent that the economy has been pretty good for low-wage workers under him. But then a lot depends, too, on what kind of campaign Sanders runs and whether he can pivot on issues where he's been pulled to the left. That's part of what's been interesting. He's the left-wing candidate, but on guns or immigration, the party has actually moved him leftward, and it'll be interesting to see if he can reclaim any of a different kind of populist center if he's the nominee.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Bloomberg is trying to get to his left on guns, attacking him from the left on guns, which I'm like, go ahead and put those ads in Texas about how Bernie is pro-gun. Go ahead.
I think the impulse that other Democrats have had, and this was true a little bit with Hillary and Bernie, to try and attack him from the left, to sort of say he's not really on the left. I think that appeals to an incredibly narrow slice of the electorate, and Democrats trying to beat Bernie are just better off saying, no, you're too far left on economics and you'll lose to Trump.
Well,
that seems like what Biden and others should be doing.
Yeah, I mean, like much of the Republican establishment, the Democratic establishment really doesn't understand their own voters, doesn't understand their own base, so they're not able to launch attacks against Bernie Sanders that are fundamentally effective. Last thought on the decadence and on the book. Do you have like an idea of how to solve it? What are the solutions, right? Is this just an inevitable decline, or is there something we can do?
We're living in Rome, right? Part of what the book is saying is that decadence isn't the worst thing in the world, right? That it's a negative and pessimistic book in certain ways, but I'm also saying, look, it's not the crisis that some people see happening. It's not, it's not the collapse of the Western world. And as long as decadence persists, there are opportunities under stagnation to achieve renewal. And I think, the stuff that you guys are most interested in, the ideas of different kinds of realignments on the left and right, is the political response, right? You want to have political coalitions that can actually govern the country that aren't just running for 48% of the vote or 49% of the vote or 52 Senate seats. You want to get back to coalitions that can win landslides, and experiments like Trumpism and Sandersism are maybe one way to get there. So I think that in politics, it may not work because I think decadence is very powerful, but that's the reasonable solution. In other areas, though, it does have to start with, in certain ways, the individual and communities and families. Like, there isn't a magic bullet solution for the decline of religious institutions or the decline of the decline of the birth rate. There are choices that people have to make in their own lives and their own communities that are sort of anti-decadence choices that politics can help with but can't do for.
Well, it can help insofar as at least making it easier.
Right. Yeah, to make those choices.
Anyway,
That's
Ross, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you guys. Buy the book.
The Decadent Society on Amazon. Fantastic book.
Yeah.
I recommend it enough.
Thank you, Ross. Great to have you, and we'll have more for you.
Hey, everybody. In case you haven't noticed, we are being attacked a lot by the establishment, by Trump, by the Republicans, by corporate America, by the Democratic establishment. And that is because they are getting very nervous that we can win this whole thing and defeat Donald Trump. Now, we are well situated to win in Nevada. We're going to do well in South Carolina. I think we're going to win in California. But then we got Super Tuesday coming up. And we got a whole lot of big states on that all-important day. And I'm talking about California. I'm talking about Texas. I'm talking about Colorado. I'm talking about Minnesota and a bunch of other states. It is absolutely imperative that we win those states. If we do, I think our path to victory is pretty well determined. So any help you could give us to make sure that we are prepared for Super Tuesday would be so much appreciated. Thank you all very much. Together, we are going to make that political revolution. Take care.
New from Celestial Seasonings, Tea Well, a line of proactive wellness teas for a flavorful wellness boost that marries herbal remedies and modern research. We see the world differently. We think of tea differently. Now treating your body right is as easy as a delicious cup of tea. That's the magic of Tea Well from Celestial Seasonings.
Right after that.
Tweet using the hashtag Farage and LBC at LBC, and of course you can watch us on Twitter, Facebook and YouTube live from London.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
lead in Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 10 o'clock, the Health Secretary says the government won't rule out banning large gatherings to stop the spread of coronavirus in the United Kingdom. Matt Hancock adds a vaccine to treat COVID-19 is still many months off, so ministers must consider all options to contain it. They include people working from home and discouraging unnecessary travel. But Mr. Hancock admits action shouldn't be taken in haste.
There's a danger to doing things too early because they wouldn't be effective. At the moment, the number of cases in this country is 23, and that means that so long as people are washing their hands and taking the precautions that are set out, that is the right thing to do.
Labour suggesting the Prime Minister holds an independent inquiry into bullying claims made against his Home Secretary. Senior official Sir Philip Rudman resigned yesterday, accusing Priti Patel of a vicious campaign against him, an allegation she denies. But Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell says the claim shouldn't be ignored.
When you get a civil servant going public like this, it's unprecedented. I can't remember a case like this
this. So there must be something pretty bad that's gone on. Number 10 has only said that the Prime Minister has confidence in his cabinet, not specifically Priti Patel. So it looks as though she's on the way out.
At least 13,000 migrants are at Turkey's border with Greece after Turkey declared its border open to those hoping to reach the European Union. President Erdogan's decision makes good on his long-standing threats but pressure on Europe, claiming the EU has failed in its 2016 financial promise to his country. It also follows an escalation in fighting in Syria, which has seen thousands of civilians flee an offensive by government forces. A 16-year-old boy has died after being stabbed in Coventry. Officers were called to the Stoke area last night. The suspect may have been at a nearby house party, police believe. Commuter groups are calling for the new team in charge of Northern Rail to urgently improve performance. From to date, the service is back under government control and has been rebranded Northern Trains. The Met Office has issued yellow warnings for snow across much of Scotland. There are also yellow alerts for strong wind covering parts of England, Northern Ireland and Wales. LBC's Rebecca Miles has sent this update from Cardiff.
I'm not far from the River Ely in Cardiff this morning. That reached its highest level yesterday since 2012. We have still got 10 flood warnings in force, many of those in South Wales, but now it's the wind we're being warned about. We've got a yellow warning for strong winds in force until later this morning. That's covering where I am in Cardiff right now, up to Anach at the very top of Wales.
LBC weather, sunshine and wintry showers, that persistent rain with hill snow across the north, feeling cold, a high of 10 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Philip Chrysikos.
Despite never having used them, Alison Peartree was not initially a fan of purple bricks.
Because I heard from my uncle's cousin's neighbour's dog walker they don't have proper estate agents.
But Alison's uncle's cousin's neighbour's dog walker was wrong. Purple bricks have experienced local agents ready to sell your home.
Turned out Martin from Purple Bricks was very knowledgeable. Ames, he didn't charge commission. I've even recommended him to my sister's boyfriend's auntie's hairdresser, Sharon.
Purple Bricks, book your free valuation today.
Fixed fee payable on instruction or after 10 months. Viewing service cost extra.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. The Nigel Farage Show.
Good morning, everybody. I'm fresh back from the USA, landed at Heathrow this morning. Absolutely no restrictions or health checks there of any kind. And we will, of course, talk about coronavirus this morning. I'll talk a little bit about Bernie Sanders and what's happening in the big Democratic race, but a big win overnight for Joe Biden. Politically, is he back from the dead? At 11 o'clock, if you or anyone you know is part of the 5.5 million people in this country who run limited companies, act as sole traders, do contract work, please join us from 11 o'clock because there are some big tax changes due to come in a few weeks' time that could seriously affect the lives of millions of people. And as ever, of course, it's the little people that get hurt by tax changes much more than it is the big people. But of course, the biggest news of the morning, and I've got to hand it to the Sun newspaper, I just have to, Prime Minister is their headline, which I think is pretty good. Now, this will be the subject. Carrie Simms being pregnant has been the subject of gossip and speculation around Westminster for a very long time. But over yesterday, it's announced, the Boris divorce came through just a couple of weeks back, and it's announced that they've got engaged, they're having a baby, and I understand this is actually the first wedding of a Prime Minister for over 2 centuries. Well, when it comes to Westminster gossip and knowing what's going on the inside, I can't think of anybody better, really, than Andrew Pierce, consultant editor at the Daily Mail, and, of course, LBC presenter Friday evenings from 6 until 10 p.m. Andrew, good morning.
Morning to you, Nigel.
So, how long has the speculation been doing the rounds that Carrie is pregnant?
If you recall, before Christmas, I can't remember what the
I mean, Texas could. So I wonder if Texas will end up being kind of the narrative decider on Super Tuesday. You know, going into tonight, our polling average had Sanders at 27% in Texas, Biden at 22%, and Bloomberg at 19%, Warren at 13%, Buttigieg at 8%. So, like, it's a close race there before South Carolina, right? And that's with Bloomberg getting 19% of the vote. So I don't know. I wonder, you know, Texas is super interesting, speaks to how close a Sanders versus Biden race could be, to Nate's point, and I think could go a long way towards deciding how Super Tuesday is interpreted.
I just wanted to endorse them before we do wrap up Micah's endorsement of Texas as being a really important state, because you know Sanders was ahead in the polling average, but our forecast actually had it almost 50-50 because it was counting on this bounce in South Carolina. So that is kind of like the litmus test for how big is this bounce. But like, I mean, the one concluding thought I have is like, there's an argument that goes along the lines of, hey, it's only 3 days, it's happening on a Saturday, the media narrative is dominated by coronavirus, and therefore I won't get that much press coverage, which I partly agree with. But the thing is, like, clearly now that Biden is the most viable candidate in the moderate lane, right? Like, clearly. He might not be more viable than Bernie. I think I'd still take Bernie at this point to win the nomination between the two of them, right? But there's not really much of a debate if you win South Carolina by 29 points, right? You know, so I mean, that would might predict a bigger balance potentially. But we'll see.
All right, well, we're going to have a full preview of Super Tuesday on Monday, so we're going to wrap things up for tonight. But thank you, Nate.
Thank you, Galen.
Thank you, Micah.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And I'll also mention that speaking of Super Tuesday and Texas, we're going to be live blogging all night, and actually Nate is going to be up in the fancy studio upstairs from us covering Super Tuesday for ABC News and ABC News Live. So make sure to tune in to ABC and ABC News Live that evening, in addition to following our live blog, of course. Nate, are you excited?
I don't know if I'd describe my mood as excited. These things are a lot of work. You worry about your forecast, you worry about your models breaking, you worry about like all the you have to do. I don't really get excited. No. I get anxious. I think about coronavirus, I'm more anxious. How about that?
Nate is obsessed with the coronavirus. There was a rehearsal for the Super Tuesday coverage on Friday, and Nate was traveling, so they needed someone to talk about our forecast and kind of pretend to be Nate. So I got to do that for about 30 minutes. And I gotta say, Nate, like, I am a pretty freaking good Nate.
Go ahead.
You know, I might get an agent and start competing with you for Nate Silver, you know, appearances.
All right, well, with that, my name is Galen Druk. If you're looking for more South Carolina coverage, go check out our YouTube channel. We have a lot of interviews with voters down in South Carolina. That Jim Clyburn interview that was a podcast earlier this week is also a video there, and we're always making...
Well, folks, we have some breaking news that admittedly I wasn't expecting to happen. Pete Buttigieg has officially dropped out of the 2020 race. Now, if he was going to drop out, I assumed that it would be after Super Tuesday, but even then, I wasn't really expecting anyone to drop out because, there's currently this very obvious concerted effort to just rack up delegates in hopes that they can all pull delegates at the convention and take it away from Bernie Sanders, but he dropped out. Now, the obvious question is, how is this going to impact the race? And the short answer is I'm not necessarily sure. There are some polls that show that Pete Buttigieg supporters actually have Bernie Sanders as their second choice, but then there are other polls that show Bernie is their third or fourth choice. So it's really difficult to see who this helps and who this hurts, but I will tell you this. Pete Buttigieg dropped out specifically because he made a calculation, and that calculation is that he had to drop out. Perhaps the donors put pressure on him because they wanted everyone who is a moderate to rally behind Joe Biden. But either way, he wouldn't have dropped out if he didn't think that this would hurt Bernie Sanders. Now, will it hurt Bernie Sanders? I don't know. But best case scenario, let's actually assume that all of Buttigieg's supporters, or plurality more specifically, support Bernie Sanders as their second choice, and then they flee Buttigieg and go to Bernie Sanders. Well, still you have, Joe Biden getting an extra 20%, Amy Klobuchar getting another 30%, I'm just spitballing here, and that could be enough to push them above the viability threshold. Now, if you look at polls, at least in California, one poll showed that Bernie was the only candidate who's viable. But now with Pete out, well, if all of the candidates get a boost, especially if Bernie Sanders gets the biggest boost, still this may not necessarily be good. Because if the other candidates get enough to reach viability, then that's taking away delegates from Bernie Sanders. So that's why I say ultimately he made this decision because either something was promised to him, either the donors put pressure on him, but because he believes that this is the best course of action in stopping Bernie Sanders. Again, we don't necessarily know how this will affect the overall dynamic of the 2020 race. We'll find out on Super Tuesday, which is just a couple of days away. But I do know that he made this decision specifically because he wants to stop Bernie Sanders. And if you want a future in Democratic Party politics, well, as it stands currently with the status quo in place, if it remains in place, they're not going to take kindly to you in 2024 or 2028 if you stood in the race long enough to hand the nomination to Bernie Sanders. So this is a political calculation that I believe he thinks will ultimately be conducive to, a Biden victory or a Bloomberg victory, basically anyone but Bernie. Now, I will say that there is an immediate benefit for us with him dropping out, and that is that we won't have him attacking Medicare for All relentlessly, because regardless, if we just put the outcome of this election aside, we're trying to build a movement and a coalition in favor of Medicare for All, and, it doesn't matter how this election turns out, we still want that coalition to exist. We still want public approval for Medicare for All to be there. We want it to have majority support, and he's been effective at driving down support for Medicare for All. So with him gone, that's a benefit. Another benefit is that we don't have to look at his smug face anymore. Because I can't stand Pete Buttigieg. I cannot stand Pete Buttigieg. So with him out of the equation, at least we don't have to look at his face anymore. I will say that he had more delegates than Elizabeth Warren. So Elizabeth Warren, if she truly cared about getting progressive policies codified into law, now is the time for Elizabeth Warren to drop out. Now is her time to drop out, but I think what's going to happen is she's going to stay in at least until after Super Tuesday in hopes of keeping Bernie from winning Massachusetts, which he's pulling ahead of now, of everyone, including Elizabeth Warren, so he may embarrass her and beat her in her own state. But with Pete Buttigieg dropping out, even if, let's say, 5% more of his supporters go to Elizabeth Warren than Bernie Sanders, then that may put her over the edge and deny Bernie Sanders a victory. And there's talks that Joe Biden doesn't want Amy Klobuchar or Elizabeth Warren to drop out just yet because, when it comes to Minnesota, the person who has the most momentum in that state to stop Bernie, at least, is Amy Klobuchar. So this is all calculated. This is all the product of backroom wheeling and dealing, all to deny Bernie Sanders the nomination. And it's evident that Elizabeth Warren is part of that. And now her team is explicitly saying, we're basically in this race to stop Bernie Sanders' momentum. I think the exact word was to blunt his momentum. Now, we'll talk about Elizabeth Warren tomorrow in a separate video because I've got a lot to say about that. But putting that aside, This is an effort to stop Bernie Sanders. At the end of the day, will this be a strategy that's successful? I don't necessarily know. It's really difficult to say, and we'll find out as with Super Tuesday. Part of the issue is that a lot of people already voted in states like California, right? Because early voting already opened up. So for Pete Buttigieg, a lot of people already cast their votes for him. So I don't think that he's going to reach viability in California, especially now after dropping out. But anyone who's going to vote for, any of the Democrats now know that Pete Buttigieg is out. So I've got to go behind someone else. And we'll find out who they're rallying behind. I think that most likely we'll see a split. Not all of his supporters will, align with one candidate unless he comes out and endorses, which is likely probably after Super Tuesday, depending on how it all shakes out. But yeah, just wanted to get this news to you today. Pete Buttigieg dropped out. Surprising. It's good because I'm so sick of looking at him. I expect him to be back in the future, but we get a break at least for now. But how is this going to affect Bernie Sanders? I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say probably it will impact him negatively. But with that being said, not necessarily the case. It's not a guarantee. We'll just have to wait and see.
Good morning, everybody. Well, it was all part of Tony Blair's plan to modernise the country, to make us more open, democratic, and it all sounded absolutely wonderful. And part of it was to reform the House of Lords. Now, the House of Lords were made up, when Blair came to power, mostly of hereditaries, some of whom families had sat there since the 14th century. Others were later additions. We did, in the 1950s and 60s, start to change things by appointing life peers only, but still, the big balance of the House of Lords in the 1990s were hereditaries. And the argument was, well, just because somebody's great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, sunk a French ship and stole some treasure, what right do they have to actually play a rather important role over legislation in this country? So the hereditaries went. 191 of them stayed. The hereditaries went. And Tony Blair appointed quite a lot of life peers. I guess he had to, in a way, because so many had gone. But ever since then, the whole thing has got completely and utterly out of control because Blair just kept on appointing peers. And David Cameron, when already we got to a chamber with hundreds and hundreds of members, David Cameron appointed 244 of them. It was almost inexplicable. Now, my own view is that peerages are used as a way of rewarding friends, but even more importantly, buying off enemies. And we really are stuck with a system of peerages and patronage worthy of the Middle Ages, and far from it being democratic, I think it's ghastly. Now, somebody who's been looking at this and written a very powerful piece in today's Sunday Times, and it's the story indeed the Sunday Times are leading with on their front page, is Mick Hume, contributor to the Sunday Times. Good morning, Mick.
listening to, people, her campaign still complains about lack of media coverage. I have never seen a more media, the base of her campaign is media. And it's like after multiple losses, I don't know what more they want, but I do know that it's not helping a left or progressive effort. If I could ask, I guess the only thing I'd ask you before we get to Ben, one, are you interested in this enormous opportunity? And two, do you think that there is something, though, is there a lesson in the failure of her campaign about trying to triangulate between really trying to decommodify society to some extent and just the sort of same old democratic neoliberalism? I mean, her campaign was kind of predicated on big change without real big change.
Yeah, the way I read it is, first of all, I would not give money because that kind of money that I set aside, I've already given to 4 televangelists. So I'm just out of any extra to give anybody. Because saving my soul is clearly a higher priority than saving the United States. Look, here's how I read it. The middle is collapsing because the consensus of the last 40, 50, 60 years that we're going to have a quote-unquote booming capitalism with a big fat middle class that is going to go upward and onward, that isn't true anymore. It's taken several decades for the reality of it to sink in. It took that long because people could paper over the end of real wage increases by borrowing. And they've run out. They can't do that on the scale they once did. And so it's over. And if you want to get votes, you've got to be able to offer people the idea of change. But the Republicans and Democrats, the Bushes, the Clintons, and all of that, that's not what they are. They are the people who rode in on the consensus. In the earlier phases, because it was real. In the later phases, like Bill Clinton, on the fakery of debt, a debt-driven reality instead of a growth-driven reality. And so the smartest among them realize they've got to put forward a candidate of real change. The first genius stroke in that was to put forward Barack Obama, because take one look at him and you notice something. He's a black person, and we never had that in this country before, and most Americans didn't think they'd ever see it. And so you didn't have to make a big argument about change, because this was change. The fact that he didn't have a program, that he hadn't been in long enough even to learn what exactly that meant, what difference does it make? He could get advisors. He would get advisors. All the conventional Democrats would help him. He was smarter than all of them. I mean, he was a guy who, I think he genuinely, that is his ideology, and he's the best that ideology represents. But he was change, okay? But with hope and change being his slogan, by the time he was done, there was no more hope because there had been no major change. And if you look at some of the statistics of what happened to home ownership among African Americans, his time was a disaster. Right? There's a joke in the African American community I heard the other day. The price of getting a black man in a White House was that the black people lost their houses. Okay, but it has its grain of truth. Right. Okay, he's done. In comes another change. This time it's a change because it's this sleazy, narcissistic, weird hustler. Right. And he doesn't hide it. He makes a virtue out of all of his uncouthness. So he's different, and he can get the right wing to say, hey, he's going to give them the finger in his establishment. So now we are 4 or 5 years, 4 years of that, or 3.5. And it's becoming clear to more and more people that there ain't no real change here either. Still has 40% who love the theater, and he keeps the theater going. But, it's getting long in the tooth. So you need someone. You have now a chance. The left wing was disappointing, the little bit of left of Obama. The right wing is more right wing, but it's also a disappointment. So now you need someone different. And poor Elizabeth Warren, who comes up with some different programs, insists that she's part of the mainstream by this crazy, I'm a capitalist. really? You've got someone who says, I'm different. He wears socialism. That's like being black. I'm different. I'm outside the consensus. I'm the new. I'm the thing that makes those conventional people say, you can't get elected. Just like they said about Obama, just like they said about Trump. And that's a terrible mistake of her part. She kept herself inside what she should have boldly stepped outside. She would have been a much greater competitor of Bernie had she gone out and said, I'm a socialist too. Then there would have been a whole new configuration. She
had a program. I mean, and I think also an actual program to back it too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I think we're at the point where it's less the details, which very few people get into, and more, I hate to say it, but more the large issue. Are you really going to make a big change? Bernie promises a big change. Yeah, it scares people who are afraid of change, but the signs seem to be that most Americans want it.
Yep.
And she's saying, oh, don't worry, I'm not
big structural change, but also get up and give a standing O for Trump when he praises capitalism. I mean, it's a performative contradiction. You just watched a Michael Brooks show video. Subscribe to get them all. Why wouldn't you? Don't be foolish. Click subscribe below and become a patron as well. Patreon.com/TMBS. Thanks, everybody.
Capitalism is unstable. Capitalism is unequal. And capitalism is fundamentally undemocratic.
I want people to make their own choices about how they live their lives, the professions they lead, where they want to work, and what they do. And
at the county fair, I'm the turn of the Tilton screen, aka the Baron of Barf. Well, once the season's over, I'm fresh out of a job, so it's a good thing Safe Auto understands my insurance needs are month to month. Till then, eat light.
Percentage in the insurance pool here. Again, the theory of the case you heard from us from Buttigieg was, hey, he'll do well in Iowa and New Hampshire and everything.
Stay with me, Steve. Let's get us. I got two wows over here. Go ahead.
So, I mean, the thing is, I'm tempted to say, when you saw that cutaway and the African Americans on stage behind him, I was like, how nice of the mayor to bring his entire national African American support on stage with him tonight. And so, this kind of weakness of his, it's been chronic. People have known this from the beginning. He's made almost no inroads in this way. And, it's a liability. Like, what's going to happen in South Carolina won't be any better. Now, what was interesting, I think, about his attack.
And by the way, what was going forward wasn't going to be much better. I kept saying on this channel, despite mainstream media doing everything in their power to make Buttigieg come across like he was an actual thing, I kept saying Buttigieg is not a thing. It is impossible to win the Democratic nomination without winning the black vote. There are far too many people in it. Yes, you can split the black vote and win it, but you can't necessarily get 2% of the black vote, which is what he got in Nevada, I think 1% in South Carolina. It wasn't going to get any better in Georgia or many of the other southern states. Regardless of Buttigieg, the stuff that he was saying about broad coalition and everything else, basically Buttigieg got the white wine crowd vote. Buttigieg has come to his senses and is out of the Democratic primary. Down goes Pete. Down goes Pete. Pete Buttigieg to quit Democratic presidential race. The first openly gay mayoral presidential candidate, Mr. Buttigieg, rose to the primary's top tier but wasn't able to build a broad coalition of voters, and lost badly in South Carolina on Saturday. So Buttigieg got a bump from a fake win in Iowa, and after he got the fake win. Now, what did I say when he got the fake win? I said Buttigieg taking second place in Iowa might have been the best case scenario. Now, why did I say that? I said that because Buttigieg has no staying power in this race. Ultimately, Buttigieg put all of his money into Iowa and New Hampshire. He had no money going forward in the Super Tuesday states. And, yeah, he got embarrassed in Nevada, he got embarrassed in South Carolina. Who does Pete's votes go to? Nationally, now that Pete is out, who's going to get that support. I have 2 points on this. Pete came in a distant third in the Nevada caucus, which drew strong numbers of Latinos, and fourth place in South Carolina, where blacks made up a majority of the electorate. He won just 3% in the exit polls in South Carolina. Okay, better than 1%, 3% in South Carolina. After raising more than $76 million in 2019, an astonishing haul for a mayor with no national profile, Buttigieg spent nearly all of his treasure in Iowa and New Hampshire. He faced campaigning across coast-to-coast states in Super Tuesday, experiencing with evaporating funds and little chance of clearing a threshold of 15% of votes to amass delegates. Here's the catch. If Pete Buttigieg looked at his finances, looked at what was going to take place going forward, looked at what he's done up to this point and said, I got to drop out. I have no pathway of winning the nomination. And if I'm being honest, I don't even have a pathway of winning a stick. So I'm going to drop out. Interestingly to note that Buttigieg came ahead of Warren in every race. He came ahead of Warren in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada, and also South Carolina. And despite coming out ahead of Warren in all of those contests, Buttigieg takes an honest accounting and leaves the race. Warren does not take an honest accounting and stays in the race. And you can say the same thing for Klobuchar. I was curious about who the second person was for Pete, meaning if it wasn't Pete, who's number two? Look at this. Sanders is Pete Buttigieg's second choice. Sanders is Warren's second choice. Sanders is Biden's second choice. Isn't that amazing? Bloomberg's second choice is Joe Biden. But ultimately, Sanders gets 21% of Buttigieg supporters. 19% goes to Joe Biden and Elizabeth Warren, meaning they get split. But Sanders gets the lion's share of Buttigieg supporters. That's amazing. That's phenomenal. Look at Warren's. Warren gets 40%. 40% of the people who are backing Warren will go to Sanders if Warren wasn't in the race. I keep telling you, she is not a friend of the left. She is sucking up some of the support, whatever that number of support is. She is sucking up a large contingent of his support. That number has only increased, by the way. Not so much because Warren is expanding into Sanders' electorate. That's not it. It's more so the conservative people who were backing Warren at one point started going to Biden or to Pete. Meaning she started losing her contingent of right-wing Democrats. And just by definition, even though her voter share is going down, meaning she's just losing and draining support, the number of people who are Sanders supporters in her camp, just by definition of the right-wing Democrats leaving, goes higher, despite her overall total going down. 40% of the people who were backing Warren would back Sanders if Warren wasn't in the race. That would be just an outright win. In Buttigieg's case, those people also go to Sanders. Shockingly so. I didn't expect that. But based on morning consult, they go to Sanders. I'll leave it here. Down goes Buttigieg. Down goes Pete. Down goes Pete. Down goes Pete. Couldn't happen to a better bullshitter. Like, share, subscribe. Thanks all.
The coronavirus crisis is going to get much worse for Donald Trump. We know at least that much. He will probably stay physically healthy throughout the crisis, but his mental health
which is weak on his best day, can only get much worse every day of this crisis.
Well, at least no one's politicizing it, you jackass. Before we get to the fun stuff, let's address the viral elephant in the room, the coronavirus. Now, when there's little info out there, you're often left with fear and spin. See CNN, for example. So instead, I say, let's step back, take a deep breath, not too deep, and treat this event seriously without spreading alarm. Let's press our government to hit this challenge hard and support all efforts for containment while following preventive measures as prescribed. That's it for now. So live your life and wash your damn hands.
I'm with Hillary. You know, for me, this choice is personal. It's about who we are as a people. It's about what kind of a country we want to be.
We trusted you indeed. We trusted you indeed. Some of us more than others. Not necessarily this particular election cycle. Those people were massively pissed off at the Democratic Convention. Why? Why were they upset? They were upset because, from their standpoint, Warren has fashioned herself as a lefty. And in fashioning yourself as a lefty and having people perceive you as a lefty, well, you have a lefty that was running in the race. He was supposedly, ideally, ideologically closest to Warren. And so the thought was, well, clearly she's going to support the person who's ideologically closest to her. I mean, after all, especially if she's a lefty, not so much. Warren made a political choice to back Clinton, believing that Sanders had no chance. And in believing that Sanders had no chance, and in backing Clinton, believing that Clinton will see favorably upon her once she ascends into office. That didn't happen at all. In fact, the opposite happened. Clinton lost. When somebody tells you who they are, you should believe them. And in that very specific instance, that's Warren telling me who she is, whether it's not supporting Standing Rock after calling herself a Native American for 40 years, or not backing the person who's ideologically closest to you and making a decision based on the context of the Democratic Party. That's the context to which I looked at Warren when she started running in 2020 against my guy. That context was that much more emboldened when I realized how she was running, the flagrantly dishonest campaign that she was running. I'm going to make a political choice to not accept money in the primaries, but I'm going to accept afterwards. That position has budged so much. I don't think anybody knows what Warren's position is on super PACs and this type of funding anymore. I guess I'm making a point, even the Medicare for All stuff. I'm just making the point that the context, or my context for Warren, was set in 2016. Just like those people screaming, we trusted you, my context was set from there. That context was only emboldened in the way that she was running this race, to dip into Sanders' numbers, to take steam away from him, to undercut him by aping policies that she in no way was going to actually go through with. Right now, Sanders came in second in South Carolina. He came in first in Nevada. He came in first in New Hampshire. He came in first in Iowa. And so now we have a situation where Warren, however, coming in fifth behind an unknown mayor from a podunk town in Indiana, Warren comes in fifth. Like, that's horrendous. I hope you understand what I mean. She's been coming in like fourth and fifth in pretty much all of these competitions. Despite that person coming in fifth, despite that person losing support, yes, she did get more money in January. That money is going to be drained away when she gets the stuffing beat out of her in Super Tuesday. That person is remaining in the race. Now, I kept asking, what is Warren's justification for being in the race? What is Warren's justification for getting people to give her money and give her checks and to go to these campaign states and everything else? She answered. Her belief is this comically ridiculous idea that despite not winning a state, not even being able to win her own state, and I know I say that a lot, but I'm not. I mean, this is polling in Massachusetts right now. Warren down 15. Down 15. So a person who's coming in fifth, behind Pete Buttigieg, who's not even winning her own state, has no ability to win any of the states, let alone the entirety of the primary, is now running with the idea that we need to stop Sanders, so somehow, at the very end, for whatever reason, they will bestow the honor upon her. You don't believe me? This was the reporting out of South Carolina.
Payne, I talked to him in just the last few hours, said that tonight is about blunting the momentum for Bernie Sanders. That is what they are paying attention to. And when you talk to her supporters, they say
tonight is about blunting the momentum of one Bernie Sanders. That is our job. That is our objective. That is what we seek to accomplish.
Look, the fight isn't over. In fact, one person close to the campaign, I talked to him in just the last few hours, said that tonight is about blunting the momentum for Bernie Sanders.
Yes, that's what South Carolina is about. Team sport. Warren is on Team Democrat. And the campaign goes further with this, by the way. They put out a campaign announcement saying this. They're being clear about it. I've been saying this for a very long time. Now the campaign is being clear about it. After Wisconsin, nearly 1/3 of the pledged delegates will still be waiting to be elected. And there will be a 3-week gap before electing delegates for the first time since voting began in the road to the nomination to the Wisconsin primary is halftime. And with the convention in Milwaukee is the final play. Our grassroots campaign is built to compete in every state and territory and to ultimately prevail at the national convention in Milwaukee. She's not trying to win any states because she knows she's not going to win any states. Her goal is to suck up as many delegates as possible in order to get a brokered convention and to somehow win it in a brokered convention despite not being able to win any states, and is losing state after state after state to a no-name mayor in South Bend, Indiana. That's an astonishing position to take, but that's the position that she has been insisting, or the very least the surrogates have been insisting, but at this point, she's being open about it. In pursuit of this strategy of stopping Sanders, because that's all the strategy is at this point, stop my friend and ally Bernie Sanders, Warren has opened up a new series of attacks on Sanders, continuing to make this weird argument. I mean, think about what we're saying here. She has no propensity to win a state. She has no propensity to even win her own state. She has no chance of winning the entirety of the nomination. That is like 0.001% chance or something. She was hurting for cash in regards to money on hand versus the amount of money she was spending. She's less trusted on every issue from healthcare to environment to the economy, etc., etc., etc. And she does not in any way have a broad coalition. And yet, she believes that the Democratic Party should bestow it to the person or take it from the person who has all of those things and give it to her. This is ludicrous. It doesn't make sense on its face. She's in this race working as a creature of the party in order to stop Sanders. I've been saying this for months. And it makes all the sense in the world. Does the Democratic Party, Tom Perez was picked by Obama to run into the race for the DNC chair. That same Tom Perez was told by Bill Clinton to not let Sanders take the party. We know that the DNC, the DCCC, the DSCC goes throughout the states and chooses candidates who they believe will represent the interests of whatever that party's interest is. Those are things that we know, meaning we know that the party has a certain brain trust about it that makes certain choices in regards to push people into the race for various reasons. Flooding the gate, understanding that superdelegates were still going to be around in the second vote, understanding that Sanders was going to run and that any candidate that was going to run as a Democrat would have the same weaknesses as Hillary Clinton. It makes all the sense in the world to push Warren into this race with the notion of taking and sapping away support from Sanders so one of the other Democrats could exceed the primary, or if they needed to eat it, for Warren herself to exceed. The modus operandi was to stop Sanders. That was her entire point for being in this race. That was my argument. That was the framing of the world that I looked at her on, and that seems to be more right than not. Despite not having any ability to win even a state, she has opened up her burrows of attack on that same Sanders. How can Elizabeth Warren be a friend to the left if she is outright, belligerently attacking the person that has been, for all intents and purposes, selected by the left? if she is trying to kneecap the guy with the best chance of winning, if she's going to rip it away from the guy that the left deems their particular champion, how can she be a friend and ally to the left if she's trying to do things that is trying to decapitate the left's movement in this country and the person who they've chosen to be the avatar of that will? Warren has opened up new attacks on Sanders. Utterly astonished that people are astonished by this. But it makes all the sense in the world if your objective is to stop that guy. Meaning the moment that she couldn't sap away his support, the moment that it seems like it wasn't enough for her just to be in a race to allow somebody like Joe Biden to exceed the race, the moment that it became clear that he was consolidating support, she got belligerent and she started attacking him. Effectively, I can't do my job now, that job being to sap momentum from Sanders, so now I'm just going to belligerently attack him to try to tank him. Well, under my model, that makes all the sense in the world. Under other people's model, they are shocked. Welcome to the soapbox.
Making a dime of PAC money in this campaign. There's more. I'm not taking a single check from a federal lobbyist. I'm not taking applications from billionaires who want to run a super PAC on my behalf. And I challenge every other candidate who asks for your vote in this primary.
That was Warren early on saying, basically, I'm not going to take any money from any super PACs. I'm going to stand beside Sanders. I'm going to be a one-to-one with Bernie Sanders. Sanders and I aren't taking any money from any super PACs. Well, Sanders is still stuck with this notion of not taking money from super PACs. Warren, not so much. A $14 million ad blitz has taken place with a super PAC that is backing Warren. Listen to Warren try to explain to Chris Hayes why she has this super PAC.
There's a super PAC that has announced they will be spending $9 million in television ads on your behalf. It's called a She Persists Super PAC. Now, you have been incredibly critical of super PACs. You've been incredibly critical of the role of big money in politics. I want to read you something that you tweeted just in February. You said, let me be clear, I won't take a dime of PAC money in this campaign. I won't take a single check from a federal lobbyist or billionaires who want to run a super PAC on my behalf. What happened?
So look, I have been in the same position since I started in January of last year, and that is we should keep super PACs and unlimited spending out of this campaign. I called on everybody, join me in this, make this happen, please, 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 and nobody would do it. And we could shut down super PACs tonight if all of the candidates would.
The problem with this is that Warren took money from her campaign, meaning the dark money campaigns that she had been running up until the point she started running for office. She had her evolution, and dumped that into her regular campaign, meaning for president. Meaning that all of the money that she was using was not grassroots funded. A lot of that money was also dark wine cave money running in the race. Sanders has been running a grassroots funded campaign regardless of what the other campaigns were doing. Meaning, if you're going to take a particular stance on stuff like this, it is not going to be entirely in line with what the other campaigns are doing, especially if it's an ideological choice that digs and burns deep. The honest truth of it is, Warren might not have wanted to run with super PACs. By the same token, when she ran out of money in order to hang around in this campaign, because she didn't have the support and the funding base, in order to hang around in the campaign, she needed this super PAC. This super PAC put on a $14 million ad blitz in the Super Tuesday states. Now, let's hear Warren tell us about her rock-solid values and how she's the person, not Sanders, and goes after Sanders by name.
Demands more than a senator who has good ideas, but whose 30-year track record shows he consistently calls for things that fail to get done and consistently opposing things that nevertheless he fails to stop.
Now, find her to be so massively dishonest? 2 points. First point, she's wrong on both angles, depending on how you look at it. The notion that he doesn't get anything done, which is her main point, is just patently not true. This is a Hillary Clinton type attack that doesn't necessarily have a reality to it when you just kind of look at the evidence. Obama calls to expand Social Security shows Sanders clout. Amazon raising its minimum wage to $15 an hour. And by the way, this was just pressure campaign. This wasn't even legislation that forced them to do it. They did it because they were being shamed. The Senate passes Sanders' veteran bill. Bernie Sanders passed more roll call amendments in the Republican Congress than any other member. So, either one is lying or she's incompetent. I think she's lying. She's had a dishonest campaign. I don't expect anything else. On the second front, she's also even wrong on the flip side of that argument. The notion that you're opposing things that nevertheless come to pass. Well, yeah, like the Iraq war, that's something he was opposing. Fiscal deregulation, yes, that's something he was opposing. And yes, those things still got done regardless of his opposition. That also means, though, he was on the right side of history on all of those issues. So be careful with this particular line of argument, but it's absurd on both fronts. Yes, you're not going to get everything that you want to get done in Congress. And yes, you're going to be in opposition to some things that the majority of people are going to go run with. That's just life. That's going to be that way in any situation. Sanders is not going to win every fight that he gets into. For God's sake, he lost in 2016. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the positions didn't matter. And in those cases, the positions did matter because it showed him to be on the right side of history, which over the course of 40 years or whatever, gives people a context by which to look at him at. You're wrong on both fronts. That's my point. I want to hear the second one, though. Here's another attack. I mean, she opened up both barrels on Sanders at the speech.
Demands more than...
All right, right here. Here's another one.
And who can act it. But this crisis is a reminder that this primary isn't game. We are picking a president, and we need someone whose core values can be trusted, who has a plan for how to govern, and who can actually get it done.
Rock solid values. Elizabeth Warren and her rock solid values. Again, the same rock solid values that wouldn't stand up for the Native Americans and Standing Rock, the same rock solid values that had her appropriating the identity of Native Americans, the same rock solid values where she would come out and castigate campaigns for having super PACs, and then later in the month come out pro super PAC with her own super PAC. And yes, that would put out Medicare for all without having a plan for it, not necessarily even believing in it, but standing on stage after stage after stage and arguing that what they were putting, their public option, was effectively Medicare for all. Yes, rock solid values. Tell me more about your rock solid values. They are arguing that they are going to steal it. So this is Adam Green. Adam Green is a Warren surrogate. What he's about to say here is Orwellian. And yet, he's been making this very specific argument that despite Warren not having the votes, despite her losing state after state after state, they even asked him, so wait, is she even going to win a state? He's like, I'm not saying that. Because he knows she's not even going to win a state. She got no delegates in the last few contests. And yet, she believes in this kind of buy me a pony, rainbow bright way, that they should give it to her despite not being able to win it, or even show the metrics that would show her being able to win it.
Be optimistic that she will enter those states with big momentum.
Do you think she's going to win any particular state, or do you have an expectation for the delegate count that she'll walk away with after Tuesday?
Oh, my expectation is that when you look at the totality of candidates on the playing field, she will be, in the top tier when it comes to delegate count.
What about winning any states?
Well, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I can't go that far. Yeah, I can't go that far. I mean, there is some balance to reality, right? Warren is in this race to gut Sanders. I don't know how anybody comes away with any other conclusion. Every vote that she gets, every dollar that she gets, effectively is her trying to use superdelegates to rip it away from the person with the most support. And think about the ludicrous proposition that they're asking us to believe, that Sanders can win the most delegates can get to Milwaukee, the superdelegates get involved in Milwaukee, rip it away from the person with a broad base of support, and give it to the person without a broad base of support. And to believe that the Democratic Party would then somehow magically come together and beat Trump. That is a ludicrous proposition. Not only would you lose to Trump, you would destroy the party for a generation. And these people who are screaming at Elizabeth Warren, we trusted you, they will be screaming a lot worse things come Milwaukee.
I'm with Hillary. You know, for me, this choice is personal. It's about who we are as a people. It's about what kind of a country we want to be. I grew up in Oklahoma.
We trusted you. We trusted you. Just remember who's been sounding the alarm on Warren for months. Just remember, when history is recorded, remember the one who's been sounding the alarm on Warren for months. Yeah, I'll leave it here. I mean, it's just a ludicrous prospect. The argument that they're making. This is Sanders. Sanders' response to this, by the way, not to Warren directly, but listen to what he says about the superdelegates thing, because what he's saying, heed his warning. Logical human being, rational human being, is right. There are a lot of Democrats who want anyone but Trump. Fair enough. But you must understand there's a difference between the people who are in the established power structure versus everyone else that's in the party. From an established power structure standpoint, Sanders winning this fundamentally alters the dynamics of power in the Democratic Party potentially for a generation. That is something they do not want. That is something they cannot abide. You've had corporate capture of both parties, and the notion that one of the parties can no longer be trusted is just too mind-blowing of a prospect when you have an oligarchical class to accept. In which case, yes, a Bloomberg or the Democratic Party, especially the established power structure of that party, will be willing to burn that party down by going to a broker convention and rip it and get away from the person with the most votes. They would do it in a heartbeat. For the longest time, they've been screaming at lefties, are you going to support the nominee? Are you going to support the nominee? I've called the left the politically abused spouse of the Democratic Party. I've said that because ultimately the Democratic Party has for the longest time looked at the left and said, you have nowhere else to go. Yelling at them to get on board in financial deregulation, get on board in that Iraq war vote, get on board in the telecommunications deregulations, get on board in the destruction of welfare and exploding the prison population. Get on board to the trade deals. And now we have a situation where the lefty has the best chance of winning. All of these other Democrats for all of these years that's been screaming to get on board are now saying, yeah, let's torch it. Let's torch it. Torch it is exactly what will happen in Milwaukee if you try to rip it away from Sanders.
16, you refuse to say that whoever had the pledge delegate lead should be the nominee.
No, George, I think you're missing the point here. That was before California. After California, after Hillary Clinton won the pledged delegates, I did not go to any superdelegate. It was over. We conceded the election, and now we supported Hillary Clinton. So, that is my point. I'm not being inconsistent with what I said in 2016. But I want you to think about it for a moment. If we go into Milwaukee, into the Democratic Convention, with a lead, having won many, many states, having won the people's vote, and that is reversed at the convention, how do you think people all over this country are going to feel? Do you think really that will give us the unity? You talked about unity. We need unity. If you reject the candidate who has the most votes from the people, and you win it through superdelegates and the Democratic establishment and the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, do you think you're going to have the energy and the excitement and the grassroots movement to defeat Donald Trump? I honestly don't think you will.
No. Rational human being, no, you're not. A vote for Warren is a vote for Trump. Because a vote for Warren or a dollar for Warren is basically using superdelegates to rip it away from the person who actually gets the most votes. And yes, you will end up with Donald Trump winning a second term. There are a lot of Democrats that don't want to see that. But you must understand, again, the established power structure of the party is less threatened by that than the fundamental generational change that will take place with Sanders winning it. I'll leave it here. Like, share, subscribe. Thanks all.
Oh, fantastic.
Do you use headsets or no?
Oh,
Are you
should I wear a headset?
guy?
I'll wear a headset.
It's up to you. I just feel lonely if I'm the only guy with headsets.
Oh, okay.
Is that better?
Oh, I guess so. I
nice.
like they got the practice going. Hey, what time is it? It's 11:01, 1 minute after 11. 59 minutes from the topic, 12 hours.
Did you ever do that? Did you ever do like a regular radio show?
In college, I had a radio show, but it wasn't real. It was just broadcast to no one, actually, it turned out.
To the campus? Was it just to the campus?
It was supposed to be going out to the campus.
Are you tired of the media spinning the truth and pushing false narratives? Well, take a look at this. Over the last 3 years...
Popular vote in Iowa. We have won the New Hampshire primary. We have won the Nevada caucus. But you cannot win them all. A lot of states out there, and tonight we did not win in South Carolina.
Effectively, Joe Biden, at this point, that you know, probably at this point, Joe Biden has won South Carolina. Now, I kind of made the point that the polling wasn't looking good for Sanders going into South Carolina, even though I hopefully had this hope in me that he was going to win South Carolina. But nevertheless, he didn't get the black vote. He lost it, I think, by 4-1. I think I also made the point that if he loses the black vote, he has to have some parity on that in order to win or get close to winning. He got dominated in South Carolina. The numbers are basically this. Joe Biden taking 48.4% of the vote. Sanders, 19.9%, coming in second. Now, Sanders and Biden are the only two that are going to get delegates out of South Carolina. Interestingly enough, Warren comes behind Pete Buttigieg. Warren comes out behind Pete Buttigieg. More to discuss on that point. But basically, Joe Biden has won South Carolina. On that win, Joe Biden opens up attacks on Sanders.
False promises are deceptive. And talk about revolution and changing anyone's life. We need real changes right now.
Now, the notion that Joe Biden is trying to take the change argument is comical and absurd. In fact, the main people who voted for Joe Biden were people who wanted to go back to the Obama-era way of doing things. So, for example, healthcare is the most, this is correspondent, I believe CBS. Yes, CBS correspondent. Healthcare is the most important issue for South Carolina Democratic voters, 39%, income inequality, 21%, race relations, 18%, climate, 14%. Voters are more divided on Medicare for all in South Carolina than in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada, with 50% supporting it and 44% opposing it. But understand what that means. Even in conservative South Carolina, you ended up with a majority favoring Medicare for all. More South Carolina Democrats wanted a president to return back to the Obama-era policies, while roughly 3 in 10 wanted to change to more liberal policies. That's why I said Joe Biden's end speech here is ludicrous. I mean, the people are voting for him in order to go back to an Obama-esque time period. Effectively had a lot of black and older voters. And Joe Biden wins those voters 4-1. From a list of candidate qualities, someone who can bring needed change ranked 38%, followed by someone who can unite the country, 27%, followed by a candidate who cares about me, 24%. And listen to this. Almost half of the people coming out to vote said Clyburn's endorsement was a major factor. Meaning when Clyburn came out, did the press tour, that actually ended up paying dividends for one Joe Biden. Good news for Sanders, though. So despite what mainstream media is going to say, because they're going to go with their narrative, Joe Biden is being reinvigorated. And like I said, Joe Biden was using South Carolina as his last stand. And that last stand, at the very least, proved to be a good bet in regards to South Carolina being the last stand. The catch becomes, what happens now? Meaning, with, 2 days before Super Tuesday, is there anything that's going to fundamentally change?
Joe Biden doesn't have any momentum on the ground. Joe Biden will get a bump from this. Don't misunderstand me. All wins, especially wins of this magnitude, get a bump. But what is the material effect in the various states, seeing that Joe Biden is broke? He doesn't necessarily have money in many of these Super Tuesday states. Can he capitalize off of this win? That's kind of the question. Now, I'm skeptical that Joe Biden can majorly capitalize off this win, even though I accept that the bump is going to make some of the other states messier. Media is going to run with a narrative now, and I want to show you two talking heads running with the new media narrative in order to reinvigorate and drag Joe Biden's corpse from the grave. One thing to note, though, the last time around that Sanders ran in 2016, he made 96,500 votes. With, 8 people in the race, he ended up with 101,126 votes, meaning despite having all of these additional people in the race, he's been able to increase his vote share by, 6,000 votes, 7,000 votes? It's not horrendous. Welcome to Sunday Soap.
A PECO energy assessment pinpoints air leaks that cause comfort problems and higher energy costs. Get an unbiased evaluation of your home, energy-saving recommendations, and rebates for upgrades. Schedule today at peco.com/assessment.
Soapbox. My name is Jamal Thomas. This is Progressive Soapbox. Guys, if you dig this content, please like, share, subscribe. You can always support PayPal. Patron. This content is brought to you by you, so we like to say giving $1 helps. Now, contributor appreciation, I think we're going to do that on Tuesday again. That seems to work pretty well for both of our schedules. And I have several segments that I want to get to today, including Warren's utterly absurd position. Warren is still in this race, and they're angry at Bernie Sanders for doing rallies in Massachusetts. Warren came in behind Pete Buttigieg. Let me repeat that. Warren came in behind Pete Buttigieg, meaning in Iowa she came in 3rd place. In New Hampshire she came in 4th. In Nevada she came in 4th. And in the great state of South Carolina she came in 5th. And Warren is still in this race saying, basically, I'm going to go to the convention, I'm going to try to steal it from Sanders. My goal is to stop Sanders from getting the nomination. Utterly and entirely astonishing. So with this win from Joe Biden, what do you think media is now going to say? What do you think the media narrative is going to be? You don't have to think about it. You can just hear it for yourself.
There are warning signs in the results we saw in South Carolina, and perhaps what we'll see on Tuesday in terms of his support in the African American community.
Well, that's the biggest question for Bernie Sanders.
That is the biggest question for Bernie Sanders. Joe Biden wins the black vote 4-1 in South Carolina, so the question becomes, oh my God, Sanders is losing the black vote in spades. He can't get people of color. I guarantee you that's going to be the main media narrative going forward. The rub is, and media is not necessarily going to want to engage this, but nationally, Sanders is winning the black vote. Yes, each state has their own peculiarities. Each one has their own peculiarities, but ultimately, you can't necessarily compare South Carolina to everywhere else. That's my point. And they're running with the narrative now that Sanders can't get the black vote. Let's see the next person. Conspiracy theorist in chief, Rachel Maddow.
If anybody knows anything about winning the Democratic nomination and about what it takes for a Democratic nominee to win a general election, it is black voters. Absolutely. And if Senator Sanders continues to underperform systematically with black voters, and if we see him get shellacked, not just beaten by...
Think about what she's saying for the moment. Again, the comparison that South Carolina is indicative of everywhere else is belied by the evidence. I mean, Rhodes Scholar can't look at just polling. She can pick Morning Consult. She can pick Reuters. She can even pick the CBS News poll showing Sanders pulling almost even with Joe Biden among the black vote nationally. Meaning, if you're looking at South Carolina and seeing South Carolina go to Joe Biden 4-1 among the African-American vote, and you're comparing that to the rest of the nation, when you can clearly look at polling showing that Sanders is winning or even drawing even with the black vote, which Joe Biden among the nation, then either you're being dishonest or you're incompetent. And I don't necessarily know which one, and it could be a little bit of both. Not to mention, under 45 and under, Sanders wins the black vote. So it's not even necessarily entirely true to go with this argument that Sanders loses the black vote. Among 45 and under, Sanders takes it. 45 and older, Joe Biden takes it. But I hope you understand those two things are relative. You can't say Joe Biden takes the black vote if Joe Biden is losing the black vote for people 45 and under. I hope you understand what I mean. That's as disingenuous as saying Sanders is winning the black vote overall. I could say he's winning it in the national polling, but the moment that you go to various states, it's a little dicier. And even from the standpoint of, like I said, older and younger blacks, the black vote is a little weird this time around because it's being fractured along the lines of age as opposed to this thing of along the lines of age and race. So you would have older blacks go to Biden, you would have younger blacks go to Sanders. Older blacks wanting things to go back to where they were, younger blacks, for all intents and purposes, wanting change, just like the rest of their particular generation. All I'm saying is, if your name is Rachel Maddow, if you're in the media and you're making this argument that Sanders is losing the black vote, that is not true. If you're making an argument that Joe Biden was able to win black vote in South Carolina, that is true. By the same token, you also have to explain that South Carolina is not indicative of the rest of the nation. Based on national polling, Sanders is winning the overall. But that's going to be their narrative going forward. They're going to try to reinvigorate Joe Biden. Sean King puts this up. While managing in South Carolina, Joe Biden lied for months on end over and over again about being trained in black churches as a high school student. It never happened. And about doing sit-ins. Never happened. And about being arrested in South Africa. It never happened. He's a pathological liar. But you knew Joe Biden was a pathological liar going into it. You knew that early on. Joe Biden has had 2 or 3 other presidential campaigns and was caught lying in all of them. Of course Joe Biden is going to lie on this record because this record is abysmal. Is it not the responsibility of Sanders, however, to go after Joe Biden on this very specific issue of race? Now, I made the point before that Sanders has certain weaknesses, and those weaknesses get exploited. Never larger or none larger than the weakness on race. You have a situation where Bernie Sanders literally marched with Martin Luther King, has a stellar record on issues of civil rights, being ahead of the curve long before other people got on this notion of civil rights or trans rights or gay rights, etc. Joe Biden will get on stage and flagrantly lie, but Sanders is squeamish about calling it a lie. Now, if you're in South Carolina, Sanders right now is making this argument on electability involving Joe Biden. The catch here is that you are already considered to be more electable. Now, you may be considered to be a risky prospect. Don't misunderstand me, but that has a lot to do with the propaganda. So I don't hit you for making this argument about electability. But your issue, especially in places like Georgia, or for that matter, in South Carolina, is a conservative black vote. And that needs to be the vote that you go after whole hog. And that is the very specific demographic that you are not. You're not. Sanders has to understand that you need to be able to fight beyond just policy. Think about what happened in Iowa. Joe Biden was coming in roughly the second spot in Iowa. Joe Biden attacked Sanders. Sanders counterattacks. Now, the counterattack that Sanders used was to show that Joe Biden was lying about his position on Social Security. The moment that people saw that Joe Biden was lying on his position about Social Security, his campaign in Iowa collapsed. Sanders started to even make inroads among older voters. What happened with Warren? When Warren was pushing this notion of Medicare for all and everything else, and people were conned into believing her, when it became clear that she was not for Medicare for all, that she was pushing a public option, and she had been lying for all those months, she imploded almost immediately. Again, the same issue. If you show that Joe Biden is lying about issues of race, Joe Biden would implode, but that is the one area that Sanders doesn't want to hit him on. Do you remember this? Nina Turner comes out and writes an op-ed, scorching op-ed. While Bernie Sanders has always stood for African Americans, Joe Biden has repeatedly let us down. Now, the original title for this was Joe Biden has betrayed the black community, something to that effect. It was searing. Sanders gets on stage, on a debate stage, and is asked about this very specific question. Listener's response.
Senator Sanders, several weeks ago, Nina Turner, one of your national co-chairs, published an op-ed piece that said Vice President Biden has, quote, repeatedly betrayed black voters to side with Republican lawmakers and undermine our progress. Senator Sanders, do you agree with her? One of your most visible surrogates, that Vice President Biden has repeatedly betrayed black voters?
Well, I think what Senator Turner was talking about is some of the early actions of Vice President Biden, but no. Joe Biden is a friend of mine, and I'm not here to attack him.
Now, think about what just took place there. Nina Turner comes out and says Joe Biden has betrayed the black community. And you can give a litany of policies, everything from busing, where he was working with out-and-out segregationists and racists, everything even from trying to cut Social Security, something that African Americans depend on in massive scale, freezing the budget. Like, one policy position after the next, Joe Biden was not a friend to the African American community, despite shucking and jiving right now that he is. This would have been an opportunity on a live debate stage for Sanders to make that case, to make that point. He don't have to be mean-spirited in making that point, but pointing to the busing legislation, pointing to the number of people that were being locked up when Joe Biden understood the disparity between crack and cocaine and still pushed to get more and more blacks stuffed into cages. And yeah, like I said, the policies that will detrimentally, adversely affect the African American community. This was your point, where you could have made this pitch on a live debate stage. Who do you think you were going to alienate? Nobody. And yeah, also running ads making the point that Joe Biden has been lying about his activities in the civil rights movement. I hope you understand my point. The moment that you expose a person for lying, it becomes somewhat difficult for the person to dig themselves out of a hole, especially if you can make the case that the person was lying. And you could make that case. Right here.
When I was a teenager in Delaware, for real, I got involved in the civil rights movement. We have the 8th largest black population in America. Most people don't know that. And I'd go to 8 o'clock Mass, and I'd go to Reverend Herring's church where we meet in order to organize and figure where we were going to go, whether we were going to desegregate the Rialto movie theater, what we were going to do. I got my education for real in the black church. And that's not hyperbole, it's a fact. But I got my education, Reverend Doc, in the black church. Not a joke. Because when we used to get organized on Sundays to go out and desegregate movie theaters and things like that, we do it through the black church. I was no big shakes, Reverend, in the civil rights. I'm just a kid. We got involved in desegregated movie theaters and helping, you may remember Reverend Moyer in Delaware and Herman Holloway organized voter registration.
Joe Biden has been looking at one black person after the next saying this very specific point, effectively lying. He has been lying through his teeth. You know how I know Joe Biden is lying? Because Joe Biden himself owned up to the fact that Joe Biden was lying when he pulled this out back in the 80s.
I was, in fact, very concerned about the civil rights movement. I was not an activist. I worked at an all-black swimming pool in the east side of Wilmington, Delaware. I was involved. I was involved in what they were thinking, what they were feeling. I was involved, but I was not out marching. I was not down in Selma. I was not anywhere else. I was a suburbanite kid who got a dose of exposure to what was happening to black Americans when I'm in my own city.
That's the truth. Now, if your name is Sanders, and you have 3 contingents that Joe Biden's campaign is depending on, the African-American vote, the notion of electability, and the elderly vote, you've been able to make inroads on this notion of electability. You've even been able to make inroads on the notion of the black vote nationally. Kudos, gold star. That's not bad. But you still need to win this. And you have everybody on the debate stage saying that in a brokered convention, they're going to take it from you. I mean, you can't take chances on a brokered convention. In every situation, be it Georgia, be it South Carolina, you need to go after the votes that are holding Joe Biden up. The black vote, electability, the elderly vote. You've made inroads on the elderly vote. You've made inroads on the black vote and electability vote. But what I would tell you is Joe Biden's support would collapse big time in the same way that Warren's support collapsed when they realized she was lying about Medicare for all, or in the same way Joe Biden's support among older blokes collapsed
in New Hampshire and Iowa when it became clear he was lying about Social Security. And you could show this is what Joe Biden has been saying on Social Security. This is what Joe Biden used to say about Social Security, showing that he is lying about what he's saying now. The same thing is true for the African-American vote. The moment that you show Joe Biden was lying about the civil rights movement, something that African-Americans hold extremely dear, you will get a lot of his support to collapse. You get a lot of his support to collapse. You should not put a knife in Nina Turner under that situation. You should go after and back up Nina Turner in that situation and make your point that much more clear, followed by ads to make that point clear that he has been dishonest and disingenuous in regards to his tenor during the civil rights movement. I'll leave this here. I mean, look, Sanders came in second. Tom Steyer ends up coming in third. Tom Steyer has dropped out of the race at this point, and so Tom Steyer is no longer a factor in this race. Tom Steyer spent, $260 million on a vanity project? That money could have been used by several other people to do really good things. Ben Riley, yeah, Jamal, it was a tough night. Yeah. Maru Telias, thank you, Maru. Ben Riley, Biden's camp wants them to stay in, apparently. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, like I said, Biden went with this notion that South Carolina was going to be his wall. His theory of the case is I can reinvigorate my campaign going forward. Well, for that to be true, he has to do really well on Super Tuesday, which I'm doubtful that Joe Biden is going to do all that well on Super Tuesday. And if on Super Tuesday he comes in with a lot of lumps, then any momentum that he would have gotten for South Carolina would have just been deadened by the failure in the Super Tuesday states. So, for Joe Biden's theory of the case to be right, he has to actually do well in Super Tuesday. All right, I'll leave this here. Look, truth is, South Carolina is not indicative of the rest of the nation. And like I said, the notion that you're going to win every state, not so much. I didn't necessarily have an expectation of Sanders winning every state. I would say this, though. And there was a time my mom and I were riding in the car at the chess tournament. I had just lost, I lost like one game or something, or it was like a loss and a draw. But whatever it was enough to knock me out of prize contention. And at this point, I had gotten used to prize contention, even being a kid playing in adult tournaments. And sulking in the back seat, she kind of makes this point like, it's pretty arrogant to think you're going to win everything. She was right. There is no situation where you're going to win everything, and it was somewhat of an unrealistic goal to believe that Sanders was going to win every state. That was never going to happen. He just needs to win, and he needs to win a majority of the delegates. But even if he takes the plurality of the delegates, ultimately you still need to just win. Winning is the issue, but you're not going to win everywhere. You just need to win overall. Think of Dunkirk. Think of the Soviets being overrun by the Nazis. In all of these situations, the people who started off with an advantage didn't keep that advantage. And maybe that's a bad analogy, but I guess the point I'm making here is you're always going to lose at some point. There was going to be some state that wasn't favorable to you. That was always going to happen. I mean, Klobuchar is expected to win our own state. So just, you take that stuff with a grain of salt. The issue is, will he win overall? Who's going to get the predominance of the delegates? And up to this point, nothing has fundamentally changed. That person remains Sanders. Like, share, and subscribe.
Newsroom for LBC. I'm Serena Farrow.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation across question with Ian Dale.
Very good evening. It's Cross Question, your weekly political panel debate show on LBC. Don't forget, you can watch us on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, on our YouTube channel, Facebook page, or Twitter feed. Lots and lots of people do like watching as well as listening, and we have 4 beautiful people with us in the studio today. We have Harriet Baldwin, Conservative MP for West Worcestershire, former Treasury Minister, Nia Griffith, Labour MP for Llanelli. Yeah, excellent. And Shadow Defence Secretary Matt Tenford is an actor, and he's got a new show soon called Sequins and Lies, but many of you may know him. It is from his starring role in Margaret Thatcher, Queen of Soho. studio, Dean Godson is Director of Policy Exchange. Now, here to take your questions, 03456060973 is the number to call. Call 03456060973.
When I rent a car, I never compromise. Too shabby. Too much. I can rent this for that price?
Absolutely.
It's just right. Well, you're just right, Rick.
Not taking a dime of PAC money in this campaign. There's more. I'm not taking a single check from a federal lobbyist. I'm not taking applications from billionaires who want to run a super PAC on my behalf. And I challenge every other candidate who asks for your vote in this primary to say exactly the same thing.
the Suez invasions, that all of it, the CIA activities, the illegal activities, because the Congress was very interested when the CIA did things that were found to be illegal. I mean, the notion that one can't criticize the CIA, that's the same Cold War logic. It's us against them, and we have to whitewash everything that our side does because it's too dangerous to admit that there's anything. This is the mentality which, for a while, runs the show. But when it hits the barriers to that kind of thinking, it becomes the worst enemy of social stability, because once you see that it was a lie what you were told, then you don't know where to stop in the process of no longer believing. And the CIA needs the belief of people to function, and it's undoing that itself by this refusal on the right wing of its supporters to engage in the kind of conversation that any genuinely democratic or free society has to have over particularly its secret agencies,
what do you make
or else it can't function.
What do you make of the liberal, because we all know, okay, the right wing loves the CIA, we all know that, and we know, of course, the Democratic administrations, and, the Obama administration was enormously close with the intelligence services and empowered the drone program and so on. But even in pop culture, the 24 and Homeland, I believe, have the same producers and the same basic politics. We got to go overseas. We're going to torture people. We're going to engage in drones. But 24 was the Bush era. It was, let's have a drink and fucking, put some wires on somebody's dick and, do it for America. And Homeland was, I went to Bryn Mawr. I studied Arabic. It really pains me to have to blow up this village, but we have to blow up this village. But it was the same ideology functioning, and that kind of explains where we are with foreign policy. But particularly with Trump, and this does go back to the Russia obsession, people who even might have, several years ago been very like, oh, well, we know what the CIA did in Nicaragua, we know what the CIA did in Iran or whatever. All of a sudden there's this worship of these agencies as actually not only like something that is anti-democratic but we need because the Cold War or terrorism or whatever, but actually these are the ones that are going to save us from Donald Trump, even as actually Donald Trump's giving them everything they want and, whatever, the policy's totally synchronized. What do you make specifically of the liberal types who are so, and maybe that's something new?
Again, I think it's the collapse of the middle. The centrists are enraged. They're enraged that their space is being taken over from the right by Trump. They're enraged that their space is being taken over from the left by Sanders. Anybody who's against Trump, like the intelligence agency, therefore becomes their ally. Anybody who's critical of Sanders on the left becomes their ally. They're trying to hold the middle together. They don't understand because they can't allow themselves to be critical of capitalism. They haven't done that for 50 years. They've lost the feeling or the taste or the knowledge or the tools to do it. So they have to demonize the political surface phenomena of the breakdown of a system. They can't handle it. Just like they can't handle the fact that they kind of know that the growing inequality is undoing this society. But they can't do anything about it. The inequality grew across Obama. The inequality grew across Trump. And none of them is prepared to go with Bernie to try to really do something. Even the tax on wealth that Bernie has said and that Elizabeth Warren has also doesn't begin to deal with this. I mean, it's better than nothing, but that's what it is. It's better than nothing.
And his is better than hers.
And it doesn't deal with the fracturing of a society that comes out of this. And I think that's what you're seeing. They love, and suddenly they love the intelligence agency because there's a clash between them and Trump, and they hope against hope that this will work. They hoped it from Mueller. They hoped it from... I mean, what is this? This is the desperation, because they have no way to get rid of Trump because of the base that he has. And they're now discovering they have no way to get rid of Sanders either because of the base he has. And what have they got left? If 40% go for Trump and 40% go for Bernie, they're left with no base at all.
Sitting around in a Davos world. You just watched a Michael Brooks show video. Subscribe to get them all. Why wouldn't you? Don't be foolish. Click subscribe below and become a patron as well. Patreon.com/TMBS. Thanks, everybody.
This is the age of expression. But shouldn't somebody be listening?
So, let's talk.
We're built for hearing what's important to you, one-to-one. Edward Jones, it's time for investing to feel individual.
And they limit the free discussion of ideas. I didn't listen to your conversation. I think I listened to a little bit of it, but I didn't listen to enough of it to know whether or not you guys started screaming out the N-word halfway in.
I'm sure I'd remember.
I'm sure you would. I'm sure I would have heard about it.
Blushing more at this moment.
I had another thing.
What's interesting, everybody talks about the fact that he's a billionaire 60 times over. What they don't talk enough about is that he spent more than $9 billion on philanthropy, on issues to reduce gun violence, March for Our Lives, organizations like that sprang out of the Parkland shooting, healthcare, education, climate change. The list goes on and on and on. And, I've worked with him when I was out of office as well. And so, we go way back, and I can tell you he's the real deal.
Why did we assume, maybe I assumed, that he'd support Joe Biden, or that you would support Joe Biden?
Well, I think both Michael Bloomberg and myself have a great deal of respect for Joe Biden. He served our nation as a senator and vice president under the Obama administration. But it's clear that increasingly that Joe Biden may not be there at the end of the day in terms of getting the nomination. And Michael's absolutely committed to making sure that we have a candidate that can beat Donald Trump. If you ask Democrats across the country what's their number one issue, almost everyone says beat Donald Trump. Now, they care about health care, and as I said, Michael Bloomberg has a record and a plan to expand health care, to reduce drug prices. They care about climate change, and they want a president that actually believes in science and that's willing to challenge the nation to get on board with the Paris Accords. But at the end of the day, they also want somebody with the wherewithal, the track record, the plan, and the resources to beat Donald Trump. And Michael Bloomberg's that guy.
What do you think of Trump?
Hey, everybody. In case you haven't noticed, we are being attacked a lot by the establishment, by Trump, by the Republicans, by corporate America, by the Democratic establishment. And that is because they are getting very nervous that we can win this whole thing and defeat Donald Trump. Now, we are well situated to win in Nevada. We're going to do well in South Carolina. I think we're going to win in California. But then we got Super Tuesday coming up. And we got a whole lot of big states on that all-important day. And I'm talking about California. I'm talking about Texas. I'm talking about Colorado. I'm talking about Minnesota and a bunch of other states. It is absolutely imperative that we win those states. If we do, I think our path to victory is pretty well determined. So any help you could give us to make sure that we are prepared for Super Tuesday would be so much appreciated. Thank you all very much. Together, we are going to make that political revolution. Take care.
How am I going to play the big game with this cold? Coldies can shorten your cold.
My
like not showing your shot. Cold-EEZE plus defense also promotes immune health.
Not much. Well, but let me go on because I think one of the things that Michael Bloomberg and I worked on together. I was the chair of the Democratic Convention in 2012, but one of the things we worked on together was a group called No Labels. And basically, what we were promoting is we're not Democrats and Republicans. We're not just Democrats and Republicans. We're Americans, and we need to put the country before the party and the label. We worked together on that, and I can tell you that Michael Bloomberg's a uniter at a time when we have a divider in chief who pits Jews and Christians against Muslims, says that Mexicans are criminals and rapists, that people who come from Africa come from countries that, from the bathroom, I don't know another way to say it without saying that word. We need somebody that brings us together. And I don't say that as a partisan. I say that as an American who believes that presidents, like the shepherd, brings the flock in, all of the flock. And Donald Trump is not a man who cares to do that or has done that in the last 3 years.
Former Democratic presidential candidate Julian Castro, who has endorsed Elizabeth Warren, says that because of his weaknesses and baggage, Bloomberg is the closest thing we have to Donald Trump on the Democratic side.
Well, that's
respond?
Unfortunate that my friend Julian Castro would say something like that. The fact of the matter is, all of the Democratic candidates are far superior to Donald Trump. Again, I know Michael Bloomberg. I've worked with him for 15 years. And I can tell you, he's got a track record. He's a guy that believes in an America that welcomes immigrants. He's got a great immigration plan, by the way.
Do you see any baggage?
Well, every one of us bring to the table, a lifetime of experiences. He's already said as an example that he's made mistakes. I haven't seen some of the other candidates who have been criticized acknowledge their own mistakes. He's taken responsibility, and he's put forth plans that make it clear that he's going to move in another direction.
Did you ever have a stop and frisk rule?
No.
In LA?
Now, what we had in common is we're both committed to reducing crime. They reduced crime something like 32%, homicides by nearly 50%. We reduced crime by 49%, but we were a lot more violent at the time, and homicides by 45%, so very comparable. I can tell you that he acknowledges that on stop and frisk he made a mistake, and over time began to reduce it dramatically, and actually reduced dramatically youth incarceration. So yes, he did employ stop and frisk. He's got a criminal justice plan that addresses the war on drugs, that addresses the fact that we put too many young people of color in our prisons for too long without rehabilitation, without an ability to come back. So he said, we're getting rid of check the box. Somebody's committed a crime and served their time. And in this country, you serve your time, usually a long time, and certainly a lot longer than Europe and some other countries. And, after you've done that, you got to be able to make a new life and come back and redeem yourself.
What kind of leader will he be? We know he runs a great company that he started from scratch. But what kind of leader will he be, you think?
I mean, he surrounds himself by talent. Both of us, when Obama became president, donated or contributed 4 people that became assistant U.S. secretaries or above. And I can tell you, in addition to having great people around him, he listens to those people. He's decisive. He's a guy who believes in science and the facts, so he's evidence-based. And he's someone who really believes that you have to do what you say. And so I see someone who will work to put America back on track, focus his efforts to move this country ahead in a way that brings more people in. He's a can-do guy.
Is he buying the election?
Look, I think Michael would agree. There's way too much money in our political system, our lobbyists, the Supreme Court decision that allows gobs of money without being able to identify who gave it. But it's a system that we have. And, what he's committed to do is investing in communities that are hard to reach. We know that in 2016, whites voted at 69%, blacks voted at 67%, Asians voted at 49%, Latinos voted at 47%. They're the fastest growing part of America, 54 million now, a big part of the Democratic Party. Getting them out to vote is hard. You got to work them. He's got the resources to do that. And he's the only candidate that's committed to keeping all of the battleground states' offices open, fully staffed, whether or not he's the nominee. So whoever the nominee is, he's going to staff those offices. So one of the, I think, the fact that he is a wealthy man is, I think, important to the extent that he intends to spend what it takes to beat Donald Trump.
The more primaries that we win, the more the opposition is surfacing. And it's not just from Trump and the Republican establishment, it's from the Democratic establishment as well. We've got negative ads coming against us. There are super PACs coming against us. We got billionaires coming against us. So we need as much help as we can get to win on Super Tuesday. We're running in states like California, Massachusetts, other very, very large states. Now we're going to be outspent. Nobody can compete with Mr. Bloomberg, who is trying to buy this election. But we need to be as strong as we possibly can in each and every one of the Super Tuesday states. So you have been incredibly kind and generous up to now. We are making real progress. We're on the verge of winning this whole damn thing. So let's go forward together. Any help you can provide would be very much appreciated. Thank you all.
Mayor Michael Bloomberg, thank you very much for talking with us.
Thank you for having me.
The coronavirus, rising concerns here in this country, spreading rapidly around the world, Japan closing down its schools. You have been very critical of President Trump. You said he's buried his head in the sand. He let go the entire team that was supposed to be working on this. Yesterday, he named Vice President Pence, who critics say doesn't have particular expertise in this area, to oversee the effort. But my question to you, as somebody who knows something about it, as you've said, as mayor, is would you appoint a czar to oversee the coronavirus response if you were president?
No, I would have a czar in place all the time to address issues like this. You can't just bring in somebody. The vice president, I've met him once, nice guy. When I met him, we shook hands. That's the only time I've ever met him. But he was one of those people that said smoking has nothing to do with cancer. He just does not have the knowledge to do this job. And what I did in New York City is I had a person, a whole department, that was there to address issues like swine flu and the air after 9/11 when people were breathing that air and a lot have come down with cancer, a whole bunch of things, and Hurricane Sandy. These are things you don't just all of a sudden respond to. You put people in place, you practice, you have plans of what do you do if this happens or that happens. You test out your strategies, communications, for example, or what do you do with people with special needs or, let's say, seniors in a home? How do you evacuate them? It's the wrong ways to go about it. Now, he dismissed, as you point out, all the people that were there before. I think the number numbers are 1,600 scientists have left the administration since he came into office. There's nobody there.
The congressional Democrats are now asking for $8.5 billion to deal with this. The administration said $2 billion. What's the right number?
We shouldn't be arguing about the amount. The issue is, what do you want to do? I can tell you what the number is if you tell me what you want to put in place, what people, which agencies are going to run it, how they're going to respond, and then you look to see what the cost is, and it's the help.
So this next story is so dirty that it's actually adorable. Like, I'm not even mad at it because there's a kind of a cute angle to it. So listen to this. Senior congressional Democratic leadership has been approached by a well-known mega donor who encouraged them to endorse a Democratic presidential candidate who isn't Bernie Sanders, CNBC reports. Bernard Schwartz, the CEO of BLS Investments, has recently reached out to both Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, according to CNBC. Quote, "We should know who is the best person to beat Donald Trump, and with all due respect, Bernie Sanders cannot beat Trump. Untrue, all the polls show he's the best to beat Trump." Schwartz told the network, quote, "They have good political reasons not to endorse until the primary is over, but I think we are losing too much if we give up on this position," Schwartz added. According to CNBC, Schwartz didn't direct Pelosi and Schumer toward a specific alternative candidate, but he is a major backer of former Vice President Joe Biden's campaign. Here's why this is adorable. So you got this, like, billionaire investor who's a mega donor, who's a corrupt elitist, like the definition of all of that. And he calls up Pelosi and Schumer, and he's like, "I need you to put a stop to this." As if, let's say today, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi came out and said, "We're endorsing whoever, fill in the blank, Mayor Pete, Joe Biden, Amy Klobuchar, whoever, it doesn't matter. One of the centrists, any of them, Bloomberg, he's a right-wingers, not even just a centrist, he's terrible, he's the worst." The idea that that would be enough, like, oh, okay, boom, you see a giant spike in the polls of like 30% for one of those people, which, by the way, is kind of what they need in order to win. A giant spike of like 25, 30%. They shoot up in the polls, and then boom, everything's hunky-dory, the center goes on to win, and Bernie Sanders is destroyed. Nobody likes Schumer and Pelosi. I forget, okay, you can't quote me on this because I forget exactly what the number was. But I'm pretty sure the approval rating for Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, it's like under 30%. So you're begging some of the most unpopular people in the country to come out and make an endorsement, and you think that's going to sway the race in your favor. If anything, that might have the backlash effect. You know, it's the same thing as, like, you know, if, like, remember when Mitt Romney, oh, this is a perfect analogy, and it just came to me. I'm so happy I remember it. Remember in 2016 when they were like, oh, my God, we have to stop Trump. The Republican establishment was saying that. And then Mitt Romney came out and gave a speech and, like, ripped Donald Trump to shreds. And then Trump went up in the polls because everybody was like, I don't like Mitt Romney. Not that I like Trump, but Mitt Romney's more annoying than him. Mitt Romney just lost in 2012, and now he's presenting himself as like, all right, I got this, guys. Bro, you're a loser. What are you doing? Nobody likes you. This is like the same thing. Like, oh, come on, Chuck, Nancy, go ahead, put an end to this. It's like the billionaire's like, Bernie, I will call your manager. Oh, it's adorable. Oh, it's so adorable. I really do find it adorable. I really do find it funny. And I don't know if they're actually going to do it because Nancy Pelosi actually said the other day, surprisingly, that, hey, man, listen, if it's Bernie Sanders, we're going to back him in the general, whatever, yada, yada. Which, funny enough, I actually think that's what happened with Paul Ryan, too. Paul Ryan didn't endorse Trump, didn't speak out against Trump. He just kind of said towards the end, like, if it's him, it is what it is. So there's so many parallels between now and the 2016 race, but I do find it absolutely adorable that some billionaire elitist is like, all right, all the fun is over, fellas. Let's put an end to this Bernie Sanders thing, huh? As if they have the ability to do that.
news. I like keeping up with national news.
But our community matters more.
With Smart News, we can get all our local news.
Crime, traffic, or sports, you get the local news that matters.
Download Smart News for free today.
But this is also a generation that does not vote in the numbers that they need to vote. So our job, if we are going to beat Trump, is to say to those millions of young people, if you can't afford to go to college or you're leaving school deeply in debt, join us. If you are worried about the future of this planet and climate change, join us. If you are earning less money as the younger generation is than your parents, and you think you are entitled to a decent standard of living, join us.
Hell no.
University and has a great Patreon page, which you should Patreon up with. Ben, welcome and say hi to Professor Wolf.
Thank you. Hi, Professor Wolf.
Oh, you got to turn him up. Sorry. Professor Wolf does not do headphones tonight. He's not up for it. Say it again.
Hi, how are you doing, Professor Wolf?
Okay, how are you?
I'm pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, got, was in Nevada over the weekend, and, obviously very happy about how that...
Nice.
That was really good.
Did it not play? Jesus Christ. Talk about, we need some Mike Bloomberg style efficiency in here. All right, there we go. Ben Burgess helping Bernie absolutely eviscerate the competition in Nevada.
Yeah, no, it was good. And I kind of knew, I didn't know it was going to turn out as well as it did, but what I was doing is as part of a group of people who were talking to cab drivers on the Las Vegas Strip and organizing them to caucus. And, of course, lots of them couldn't because they weren't citizens or they just couldn't get the time off work or they couldn't afford the lost income.
Right.
But I will say it was remarkable that some of them are Republicans, of course, but the ones who were Democrats, every person, nobody I talked to said that they were supporting Warren or Biden or Klobuchar or any of these people. It was either anybody who expressed a political opinion, with very few exceptions, it was either I'm a Republican or I support Bernie.
Yeah, absolutely. So speaking of that, this is what tonight's debunk is about, because floating in the air over the last couple of weeks, as it has become clear that Bernie Sanders almost certainly, that's the thing that really underlined here, even at this point, if things went in the way we would not want them to go, and I cannot emphasize enough that in the primary and the general election, everybody should be thinking in terms of big wins for this effort. But even if things went on like Iowa and New Hampshire, which were, Bernie won, but we wish they were bigger margins, blah, 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 it would be almost inconceivable that Bernie Sanders is not going to the summer convention with the most votes and the most delegates. And as if on cue...
Oh, hi. Sorry, you caught me reading... Oh, hi. Sorry, you caught me reading my book, Church of Cowards, which comes out tomorrow.
Very embarrassing that you caught me in this organic, unstaged moment where I just happened to be reading this on camera. It is, as I said, it does come out tomorrow, Church of Cowards, and you can still pre-order it, though. Go to Amazon and get that pre-ordered. Now, today, let me set that up there. Today, we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk, first of all, about the 650-year-old communist who is about to be the Democratic nominee, and conservatives are gleeful about it, giddy, because they figure that a geriatric socialist.
If number one, he fired the pandemic team 2 years ago. Number two, he's been defunding Centers for Disease Control.
Oh, hi. Sorry, you caught me reading my book, Church of Cowards, which comes out tomorrow. Very embarrassing that you caught me in this organic, unstaged moment where I just happened to be reading this on camera. It is, as I said, it does come out tomorrow, Church of Cowards, and you can still pre-order it, though. Go to Amazon and get that pre-ordered. Now, today... set that up there. Today we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk, first of all, about the 650-year-old communist who is about to be the Democratic nominee, and conservatives are gleeful about it, giddy, because they figure that a geriatric socialist who has repeatedly publicly fantasized about turning the United States into Soviet Russia will be very easy to beat. And maybe he will be, but I have a word of caution that I'd like to share with conservatives. Also, the left's campaign to sexualize children never ceases. And today we're going to talk about one of the creepiest examples we've yet seen, this one courtesy of Pete Buttigieg. And I have 5 other news stories worth knowing about. Plus, I'll explain why Clint Eastwood is officially canceled. All of that coming up. Now, first, Bernie Sanders. Sanders won the Nevada caucus, which after Iowa and New Hampshire puts him pretty much in the driver's seat for the nomination. With the support he has in the ground game, the infrastructure, it's hard to see him losing the nomination at this point, unless a number of the other candidates drop out before Super Tuesday so that the anti-Bernie vote can coalesce around somebody like Buttigieg. But that's probably not going to happen because these are all power-obsessed narcissists, and they're going to stay until the bitter end. So we see the echoes of 2016 with...
Shut up, nigga. I got this. Not your offer. Hmm.
Nice day, slut.
Duh.
Industrial life insurance issue, very small face amounts. City trash. Silence is golden. 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 me through all this. I refuse. Benefits. House alone, nigga. Life insurance provision which allows the policy owner to change the policy's beneficiary. Sign it. P is the insured on a participating life policy. Which statement is true if P's premiums are waived? P will still receive declared dividends. He was actively serving in the Marines when he was killed in an automobile accident following a $100,000 whole life policy into war exclusion clause. economic benefit doctrine